when we talk about Shador and we talk about this and we're trying to use Baker as an example, it's like, you guys gave up on a guy way too early. You want to be the guys that give up on a guy again early again too? Is that who you want to be in this? That's who you want to be? Okay, then you're admitting you're never learning from any past mistakes.
We'll hear what Coach Kev has to say with Pittsburgh on the way, don't you say?
Have a day.
J-Pay? Okay, we tried, okay?
I don't even know what that was.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Happy Wednesday, Cleveland, and that open courtesy of the FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and Jake Murrin producing and doing work on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We have on the updates, doing work behind the glass, on the board. It's our Swiss Army knife, if you know it from overtime. Michael Markoch with us, and of course, Jake Vulinec with you guys, filling in for Nick and JP today on Afternoon Drive. A very Merry Christmas on this fine Christmas Eve for those who celebrate, and for those who don't, a very happy holidays to you as well. Today's going to be interesting. Michael, do we like Swiss Army knife tonight instead of whatever would have occurred had Nick been in this chair?
I mean, Nick comes up with a new nickname every single time I'm on the show. So I'll take the consistency. I mean, I appreciate it.
It's a good thing. I mean, I was in on Monday with Jeff Phelps, and we were getting into different nicknames that he had for me. He started out everything under the sun. He landed on Striking Viking. So that's where we're at. We got everything under the. It's big weed to a lot of the people that listen to this show. It's my name for the people who are common overtime listeners. And apparently, if you listen to Baskin Phelps, I'm now the Striking Viking. So there we go. Just waiting on Ken and Anthony. That's all we're getting to, which would also be by my name at this point. But we got a lot of good stuff coming up for you guys today. Plenty of good things and a lot of your phone calls as well. But I do want to start today in just kind of where we're at, because there's a lot that's been happening right now between conversations on Kevin Stefanski, and as we talk about this entire coaching thing where a lot of people think that Kevin's just going to be fired at this point, and I feel like conversations around Kevin's job security in general, to the point where I look at these two games and I hear so many people throw out the idea that, the Haslams in ownership haven't made up their mind on whether or not, they're moving on from Kevin Stefanski. And you've heard the Ian Rappaport report now that was on NFL Network that was throwing out just the idea of they haven't made an idea on Stefanski, but Barry's going to be a big part moving forward. And it's like, I can't help but sit here and think to myself, guys, at the point we're at in the season, you are 3-12. You have 2 games remaining that are against the Steelers, which we think is going to be a fully equipped Steelers team, but there is no guarantee on that at this point. And the Bengals, which I can almost guarantee the fact that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, maybe T. Higgins, and some other guys probably not playing in that game, because why risk their health for a season that is also lost down in Cincinnati? And I sit here and I'm like, okay, if we're saying we haven't made up our mind on Kevin Stefanski, either ownership right now is some of the most indecisive people in the world who are just basically can't decide what they want to do, or that decision is just made up and they're telling you it's not because there's 2 games left. That's kind of the point that we're at, because if we're looking at Kevin, again, even if you go through and you rattle off 2 wins against the Steelers and the Bengals, is that going to be the difference in this season that goes through and actually saves your job? I'm sorry that I sit here and I struggle to think that that's impossible. Like, does it really make a difference if we've watched the quarterback carousel, we've watched this team been undisciplined, we've watched the defense be what it is, and then the offense turn around and be everything that it has been, and then go, I don't know, Kevin might be leaning towards firing him at 3-12, but my God, he finished the season 5-12. We are all good now. We've pushed ourselves further back in the draft. We still didn't make the playoffs this season. We probably still finish at or near the very bottom of the AFC North, and pretty low in the AFC as well, and just low in the NFL standings. It's like, yeah, no, this is exactly what we were hoping for. You still fall below short of expectations. You still don't reach where Vegas had you projected at to start the year. And this is a team that has sat here at the beginning of the season and over and over again told people how many times this team's better than people think it is. Right? We're going to perform better than people think we will. Vegas has it wrong. And we have just been proven time and time again this season that you're right. Vegas was wrong. They actually gave you far too much credit. Like, they were expecting you to somehow find any semblance of success with Joe Flacco, and instead we found absolutely none. You found a complete season of disappointment that felt like a lot of this has been building towards nothing. Right? Like, great rookie class. You're trying to figure out your quarterback right now. But for the most part, the answers that you have are, defense, still really good. Offense, still really bad. Special teams, atrocious. You haven't built towards a ton this year other than you've developed some rookies and you're trying to figure out the quarterback. That's really it. This hasn't even been a great fact-finding mission that we thought it was. So I can't sit here and act like 2 games at the end of the year that might be against backup quarterbacks, that if the Browns can rattle them off and if they can prove something in these 2 games, it is the miracle above all that saves Kevin Stefanski's job. Now, Albert Breer was on yesterday, right here on Afternoon Drive, and chimed in what these 2 games actually mean moving forward for not just Kevin, but also Andrew Berry.
I don't know if a clean sweep is coming. It doesn't sound that way anyway. And, I think at this point, like, if you're Jimmy, if you're, that the people who are in Jimmy's ear and talking to him on this stuff, you've already had some of these discussions of what this looks like after the season. And that's, I think a lot of that stuff is gonna incorporate everything that's happened thus far. I just don't know at the end of a 3-12 season what you're going to show in the last 2 weeks that's going to blow you away. They haven't given up. At the very least, this feels like it's the end of something. And, what level of change that is remains to be seen. Is that Berry stays, Stefanski goes? Is that, Berry is moved into a different sort of role as part of a restructure? I think there are a bunch of different outcomes on the table. And I don't know that Jimmy really knows what he's going to do yet.
I just struggle to, again, if you're in this position of power where you are in charge of basically the firing and the hiring of your GM and your head coach, and Berry can be tossed into this conversation too, because I think Berry fits here. But if you're telling me you got 2 games left to go in the season, and I'm not saying you have to be fully committed, Kevin Stefanski is going to be fired when this season ends. Because I think if you're fully committed to that answer 100% of the way and there's nothing that can change it, I know the Browns don't really believe in this, and we've seen that over the last 2 years, but my God, just fire the guy now. There is no real point in going through and having Kevin hold that position if you know he's just a dead man walking. But I get it. Yeah, you have to put in an interim head coach, and if you're going to make that Jim Schwartz, well, chances are if you give Jim Schwartz a head coaching position for 2 games, then don't give him back the next year, might be a chance that Jim Schwartz isn't back here next year. I understand how the politics of this all basically arrange. But if you're telling me that I'm not looking at an ownership group right now, a front office that isn't staring at both their GM and their head coach and going, I'm pretty much 98% sure of the way of exactly what I'm going to do, and it might as well be 100. I just don't think that there's 2 games. We talk about 2 games not being enough for Shador Sanders to prove whether or not that he can be the quarterback of the future, let alone 2 games be enough for you to change what you've seen for 6 years in both your GM and your head coach. There is a thought process that you have about those guys right now. And it's not to say that you're down on Kevin if you're Jimmy Haslam and you think he's a terrible coach, but there is the feeling that I think a lot of Browns fans have, which, I don't know, personally, I don't think Kevin's a terrible coach. I think Kevin's actually a really good coach when he has the talent to coach. The problem is with the Cleveland Browns right now, you don't have the talent to coach, and you've won 6 games over 2 seasons. Again, the writing's kind of on the wall. I don't think if you're looking around that there should be any question about whether or not, okay, I think he's a good coach, but clearly it's not working here. I'm trying to find the solution that 2 games gives you. That's really what I'm trying to find out. What can you show me other than the fact that this team has continued to fight, which I will give them the pat on the back. I thought they gave up on Kevin in the Chicago game. They clearly proved that on Sunday when they played Buffalo, that was not the case. That team came out and they played hard. And they were playing hard for the head coach, and they were playing hard for the organization. There was no doubt that this team is still invested in this season and still trying to earn a win on every single Sunday that they roll out there. Congratulations. They continue to fight for you. That only goes so far. My coach doesn't lose a locker room. That's a really good bar. But at some point, it doesn't matter whether or not you win or lose the locker room if you just can't hold on to the job. Right? If you can't get the job done and you can't put wins on the board, it's what my head coach is judged by. You are only a reflection of what the product you put out there is. And right now, through 6 years, you're looking at Kevin Stefanski, who has a sub-500 record. His best seasons came in a miracle from Joe Flacco and a team that he took over that was not built by either him or the GM that was in place with him. And everything since has just spiraled. And some of that out of Kevin's control, some of that not. But that's the part where it just doesn't matter right now. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter if this was fully within Kevin's control. It doesn't matter if Kevin's sitting there and thinking to himself, well, I didn't want Deshaun Watson. I didn't want this to go down this way. I haven't had the quarterback that I truly wanted to run this team under. I can guarantee you there's a lot of head coaches that don't get their quarterbacks, and there's a lot of head coaches that their GMs don't put them in the most beautiful situation in the world. And you know what happens to those head coaches? They get fired because it's a product business. And right now, whether the Browns end 3-14, between that and 5-12, the product was still a disappointment, and the product was still bad. And there's nothing you can show other than, hey, maybe I can kind of develop a quarterback that's going to let you keep your job. There's coaches that can develop quarterbacks. There's coaches that can put wins on the board, and there's coaches that can elevate their team to play above the level at which their talent says they can. This team was not expected to win games, and when you fall short, those are the results that you get. Guys get fired. People get held accountable. But right now, even if you go through and you waxed a fully healthy, fully active Pittsburgh Steelers team, and you went out there and won by 40, and then you beat the Bengals the same way the next week, like, your chance to show your job has just passed itself. You had the last 15 games to go out there and show what this team can do, show that they can get better every single week. And for the most part, I feel like this team has not only not improved every single week, it somehow feels like on a week-to-week basis, they've trended in the wrong direction. I'm not going to say they're worse week after week, because that obviously wasn't the case the last 2 weeks, but there's a lot of weeks that I can point to where it's like, this team hasn't improved. They've just continued to get worse. And it's like, you're playing lesser competition. I'm losing to the Jets, and it's like not even a one-off feeling. That's the same thing that's been killing you all year long. 216-474-0092. Are you buying that a decision hasn't been made yet on Kevin Stefanski, that his job is not decided? You can also get to me on X at Vulinec Jake, Vulinec Jake. As well, you can get to us on the Afternoon Drive X page over there at afternoon 923 FAN. So we can get to our social media reactions, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Plenty of good stuff coming up for you guys later on in the show. Quick Hits is coming your way at 2:40. We talked to Ashley Bastock coming up at 3:20 of Cleveland.com. We're going to talk to Cash Lovett coming up in the 3:40 segment, closer to 3:50. We're going to talk to Daryl in the 5 o'clock hour, the lead, in case we missed it, all the good stuff. But right now, 216-474-0092. Are you buying that a decision hasn't been made yet on Kevin Stefanski? We're going to get to your calls, more on Kevin, all coming back here in about 5 minutes. It's Jake Vulinec with you guys here until 7, filling in for Nick and JP on Afternoon Drive.
Dustin.
last night. They'll look to make it 3 in a row when they match up with the Knicks in New York tomorrow on Christmas Day. This will be the first time since 2018 that the Cavs are playing on Christmas. Tip-off from Madison Square Garden will be at noon tomorrow. Get all the latest Browns content for right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markash.
Jake Vulinec back with you guys here on Afternoon Drive, asking you 216-474-0092. Are you buying that a decision hasn't yet been made on Kevin Stefanski? To which I think we can all just look around and very, very heavily question how that would be the case. Again, I don't understand how you have 2 games left to go. This is the equivalent of if I have a contract that's running up in a month and I've been working here for almost 2 years. Do we not think if people know if that contract's being renewed, or do we think they're sitting there going, I don't know, either we dislike Jake, but maybe he turns it around this month and really changes our idea on him, or, we really like Jake, but man, that last month, not good. He's gone. We don't think he's got it anymore. No, probably over the course of the last 23 months, you've made up your decision. It's the same thing here. You've had over 5 years. You're pushing 6 full seasons to just have your full evaluation of what Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, by the way, are completely, and then making your mind up on them. I just don't know how we sit here and continue to act like, nobody's made up their minds. Well, you probably might want to come to that conclusion soon, because these might just be 2 games that don't matter. And if it's 2 games that don't matter, then whatever decision you were leaning towards is going to be the decision that you make. There's not going to be anything that shows you it. Congratulations. Myles Garrett wants to go out there and fight hard for a sacks record, or if the offensive line really wants to battle in those final 2 games, yeah, I would have liked to see that in week 1. I would have liked to see that in week 10. When you get to week 17 and 18, it doesn't exactly mean the same. It means a little bit, but at this point in the season, it just doesn't. And I've been sticking to the belief, I think we've been here for a while now, that Kevin probably is getting fired. I don't see how you move forward. Jimmy has himself said that 3 wins is not going to be good enough, and they know what better will look like. I'm not going to imagine that this year is what better will look like. This was probably not the vision that he had in his mind. So you continue to push forward here, and it's like, you're going to have to find somebody else. You're going to have to move on and find someone. And there's been a million names thrown out. Robert Saleh. I know Nick really likes Adam Stenavich, so I'll toss his name in there for the fun of it right now. But there's a million different names you can turn to that you say will or won't be a better head coach than Kevin Stefanski moving forward. I just think the part of this that I dislike is whether with or without Shador Sanders, and this is truly with or without him, that we sit here and act like, and I've heard so many people, and both, you guys calling into the show on social media, I've heard insiders, beat writers, everybody under the sun, somebody has mentioned the fact that I don't know that this job really is one that a ton of head coaches are going to be looking out for, and it's going to be one that they're desiring to get. To which I just look around and I don't understand that at all either. Am I saying that this is the best situation on the planet? No, absolutely not. Most head coaching jobs that come available are not great situations. Even right now, you go to the other teams that are available, Tennessee certainly isn't a great situation. One, they fire head coaches like they change their underwear. You just go back and forth of moving guys out at this point, and you give them a year and some change, and then they're gone when you look at the roster and say, it's just not good enough. I can't imagine people are thinking New York's a great situation. They have a couple of things to work with. A quarterback they draft in the first round that there's still questions on. A defense that's okay, that could still need some help. But you look across to the Browns, and it's there's the aspect that, yes, this is one of 32 jobs that are going to be available in the NFL. That alone makes it a desirable job, that there's going to be people lining up, waiting to take that opportunity. It's not like the Browns are going to, post this job over on LinkedIn and be like, it's been up for 2 weeks and we haven't gotten an answer on it. Nobody's replied. There's going to be people lining up out the door to go in and take the opportunity to have this job. But I think even within NFL circles, you have to look at this and think that there's at least some interest, I think, from a lot of coaches. That even I look at the other teams where jobs either already are available or are going to be available, and think that there's probably a higher desire to be coaching the Browns, to be the head coach here, and think that that actually matters. Albert Breer weighed on this as well when he was on yesterday with Nick and JP. and talked about whether or not this job would be a coveted position.
I mean, there's only 32, right? So there's that piece of it. They don't have a long-term answer quarterback right now. So that might put them behind, a team like the Giants, a team like the Titans, depending on what you think of Dart or Ward. But there is young talent on hand now, and you do have 2 first-round picks. So I think there is the opportunity, if you're a young coach, to go in there and sort of create your own thing. You're not inheriting a ton of pieces that you can't do anything with. For me, if I was a candidate, I would look at it and I'd say a really good class going into its second year, 2 first-round picks, a couple of veteran star players, ownership that's willing to spend and do what it takes to win, despite, things having gone sideways over the course of their ownership. And so from there, it will kind of come down to, am I comfortable with Andrew Berry? And am I comfortable with the structure that they're setting up? Can I bring in somebody on the personnel side that has the same vision as me? I think those would all be questions that you'd be asking if you were a coach looking at that job and you had options maybe other places.
So I think Albert lays out a couple of really good points. One, I think that you do just look at this job at some degree. And even if you're an offensive mind looking at this, I think there's something there. I think the easiest argument to make is if you're a defensive guy. If you're a defensive head coach, that he would be offered this opportunity to take this. You're talking about taking over a Super Bowl level defense. There's not going to be many things where you look at the defensive side of the ball and go, man, that guy is just not doing it right. And that's probably with or without Jim Schwartz, by the way. I strongly prefer with. But even if it was a scenario where, maybe Jim doesn't want to be a coordinator under a new coach, maybe Jim's getting looks at other head coaching jobs and it's not here, I think you just look around and go, okay, this is a defense we can make work. Jim Schwartz has laid out the game plan already. There's already an understanding of what this team needs to do, and you can make some tweaks and adjustments, but that group is pretty set up. And then you have to hire somebody in place to work with the offense. But I even think from an offensive side of things, you think you turn around right now on the offense and even ask yourself, if you're an offensive head coach, I know that there's a, basically stigma around the Haslams right now that they run through teams, they meddle, and all of this, they run through head coaches, and they meddle in operations and everything else. And that is the, just standing idea that people believe. But at the same time, I think with the regime that's here right now, they've proven that there's patience. They've proven that they want a level of consistency and a level of continuity. So I think if you're a head coach looking in, there's a good chance that you're not just getting, basically one and done opportunity that you're fired. Maybe if, there was an internal hire, God forbid I mentioned Tommy Reese's name at this point. I know a lot of people throw that one far away. Or even Jim Schwartz. Maybe that opportunity could be shorter. You're bringing in full new, just fresh leash of a head coach. There's a good chance if they really like that guy, there's also a leash for him to not be a one-and-done head coach. And if you're an offensive mind, you have all of the opportunity in front of you. Yes, it is a work in progress. Yes, there are a lot of things you need to clean up. But you have very few guys on this roster that you should be definitely attached to. If I want to go change out pieces, if I want different type of players brought in, if I want to change the entire offensive scheme to run nothing like it is right now, you pretty much have the freedom to do so. You have the opportunity, if so desired, and that's the route they want to move, to draft a quarterback. Or if you're a coach that likes Shador Sanders and think you can work with that, sure, you can move forward in that direction too. But I think the thing that would have been so hard about this team in taking over if Kevin would have been fired last year is that you looked at the offensive line and you go, that offensive line is built to do one thing, other than get injured. They're also kind of built to do that. But they're built to go through and move forward in a way that is, okay, they're going to run the schemes that are built on a Kevin Stefanski offense. It is built on a run-heavy offense. They have a very particular strength about them. And I think that's why, in part, why you look at even going back to the 2024 season and go, well, that just didn't work. But you asked a lot of offensive linemen to do things that they're not good at, playing an offense that they haven't been playing in, and playing an offense that is, for a lot of their play styles, a little bit more uncomfortable than what they would like. It would have been the same case had you walked in this year. There was no way, sure, Joe Bitonio could have retired, but you were also talking about you're not moving on from DeJuan Jones. He's still going to be here. Jack Conklin was under contract. He wasn't moving. Same thing with Wyatt Teller. Same thing with Ethan Posick. You had the guys already in place. Now your entire offensive line is basically scrapped. The wide receiver room is basically scrapped. And my God, if you can't find a way to work with Quinshon Judkins and Harold Fannin, and you can't find a way to find something in a way for those guys to work in your offense, a lot of questions on the offensive mind that you are. That's two guys with a lot of talent that you can just work with. Again, I just don't see the problem in this job being such a downer. I think that as long as you're under the understanding that this probably isn't a one and done, because this team's not going to the Super Bowl next year. There's a good chance they're not going to be built to move to a playoff next year. I'd be very surprised if they were. But you're telling me I get multiple years, I'm probably going to get a leash to take over this team, build it in more of a way that I want. And I have 2 first-round picks, and I'm still holding on to a lot of my higher draft capital as well. And I can work with my GM to get players in here that we like, that are going to fit the scheme that I want to run. I think you have a lot better of a chance of making this thing pan out, making this thing work. And I think in a lot of head coaches' view, it would be a little bit of a fresh slate. Like, okay, I get to build this thing the way that I want it. I actually get to build this thing from the ground up in a way that's not just completely disastrous to me. Like, I'm not taking over the Titans job where, sure, maybe they have their quarterback, and that's a strong maybe. But I basically have nothing else. Like, I have to build the offense and the defense simultaneously. And no matter what minded head coach I am, whether I'm on the offensive or defensive side of the ball, we're going to have to prioritize both of those at the same time, or really get one working and have to figure out the other one later. This is the beauty, is you have a defense that is set in place. Here's the money you have to work with. Go figure out what you can do. I think that's a beautiful thing that a lot of people overlook that actually makes this job a lot more desirable than you might think. Again, it's not a perfect situation. I'm not saying that everybody would be dying to flock to the Browns head coaching job like this is 2020 all over again. But I do think that this is a team that isn't that bad to take over as far as head coaching opportunities go. Have one side of the ball already hammered down. I would think that's a pretty good thing. 216-474-0092. Is the Browns head coaching job more desirable than we think? Let's go out to the phones. Mike is in Stowe. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, happy holidays, Jake. How you doing, man? I talked to you during the day.
Yeah, it's a very nice. Happy holidays to you too, Mike. What do you got?
Yeah. So I think we've talked enough to realize I'm not for firing Kevin yet. Mm-hmm. And it's mainly because it's like I'm one of these, people that believes that you better have your solution ready before you create a bigger problem than you currently have. And I've heard a lot of names kicked around in the station, Saleh, Shaw, the guy from Green Bay. Sorry, the court,
Yeah, Stenavich, yeah.
Yeah, Stenavich, I'm sorry. The hot coordinator of the month right now. And look, it's just when you really have to think about, okay, let's fire Kevin Stefanski. He is dealing with what Andrew Berry has given him. And I really believe that when he has had better talent, he has shown that he can coach a team up, mainly at quarterback. The year that Baker and the year of Joe were the 2 best years, and that was solidity at quarterback that we haven't had in any of those other years, including our offensive line on those 2 years played very, very well as something that we got to point to as well as being a big issue. And that has been through draft attrition. It started with Jedrick Wills way back. Our left tackle of that draft should be on his second contract or going on to his third and being ready to go to the Hall of Fame, if he'd have taken worse at that point. But it's just, and I think it's been a constant, then losing the first rounders, it's been a constant deterioration of ability to put good talent in those 2 spots, receiver and offensive line, like you pointed to. So, look, I'm just going to say like this. I think the job is attractive, but I also think that it isn't necessary. I don't think the job's up for go just yet. I think the team is still fighting, but if you put a gun to my head and you make me pick a guy that's available right now, not a guy that I want to pull from somebody else, or it'd be Flores, maybe, because of his ability to be a strong leader at the point of attack and the point where, kind of organize both sides, and a defensive-minded coach. Not the flavor of the month. I'm just not into some of those other retreads, but I don't want to give up Ken Stefanski for anybody who's available right now. I just want to see maybe one more year of better at both sides. I think they're both learning. I just know we just don't have enough. I think Andrew Berry made a lot of gains in his draft. I just don't think it's rocking the boat right now. They got one more year to show they can really make the arc up development and draft. Then they got something to think about. But I just think right now who's available isn't better. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate the call, Mike. I mean, there are things that I agree with. I do think that Kevin didn't get a great team handed to him. I do think there's a lot of things that you have to push towards that are, if I look at the team Kevin was given, no. Do I think that he got the best deal? Absolutely not. Was he given a lot to work with? No, not really. I also do think that there comes a point where, again, your record speaks for itself and what it is, and there's only so many times. And the guys continue to fight, and I'll give Kevin credit for that until the day that he's out of here. But there's only so many times you can hear that message played over and over and over again and watch the same result come onto the field time and time again before that message just runs stale, before that message does not mean the same thing that it meant And before that guy clearly shows he can't elevate the players around him. Kevin's a good coach. If you left him here for another 2 years and you built an offense around him, I have no doubt that the Browns probably could turn this thing back around. Reality is that you can't continue to employ a guy who doesn't get the job done. So I think that's where I kind of go. But I agree with you. Job is coveted. I think that people would want it. And you guys can chime in on that. Again, 216-474-0092. Is the Browns head coaching job more desirable than we think? Coming up here in 5 minutes, we'll bring in Jake Murren, our good friend, and get to quick hits right here. It's Jake Vulinec with you guys on Afternoon Drive.
gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Jake Vulinec back with you guys in for Nick and JP here on Afternoon Drive. Coming up in about 40 minutes, we're going to talk to Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com, as we do here at this time slot every single Wednesday. Also, apparently, coming up after Ashley, I don't know for a fact, I don't know exactly what they are, but apparently Jake has Christmas movie takes that are going to really bother me. They're really going to make me mad. So I'm interested to hear those and probably worth tuning in for. But before we get there, let's bring in Jake Murren now, and let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Jake, what's going on?
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
We're doing good. I feel like I had to talk to you before I just started randomly spitting off a random sports thing that we're going to react to here. So, very nice to have you on. Very good to talk to you today.
That's about the third time we've done the whole Jake and Jake bit, so
yeah,
that's always fun too.
That'll just be a fun part here. I don't know that we sound enough like each other that people are going to be mistaken. That's probably more of the me JP route that people talk about. But
and it's the looks too. Yeah. Whenever people are in front of us, they always make the comparison. So
I'll tell you what, we can start right here. Alfonso, caller in from New York. He commonly calls into this show, my show as well. He tweeted at me in the burger bet video that was posted on the Afternoon Drive Twitter account where Coach Riz paying his burger bet up to Nick. He added me and said, "Is that you in the backwards hat?"
I did see this.
To the point where I didn't respond, but I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, I feel like this should be offensive to you. Like, I got a good, I don't know what you weigh, but I have a good chunk of pounds on you and definitely a good chunk of weight. You should be offended. Very slightly, you should be offended.
I didn't take offense to it. Just in the moment, I was like, I even went to your X account, viewed your profile picture, then went to mine and viewed mine. And I'm like, I understand how we look similar, but if you watch that video on the Afternoon Drive account and then just take an extra 3 seconds to actually see what we look like, I think it'd be pretty clear that that's me and not you in that video. Listen, and it makes more sense for me to be in an Afternoon Drive pre-show meeting than it does you on any given day.
By a long shot. And maybe that's part of just, you're not in most of the videos. People might not know what you look like exactly. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm sitting around and I'm like, we're blonde with a little bit of red in the beard. We wear glasses. I get it. I've also I don't wear hats. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I'm the backwards hat guy. Yeah. So if there's a video of anybody in a backwards hat, it's most likely me. I mean, I know Nick does too, but when it comes to people that look like us, backwards hat, you can guarantee that's me and not you.
If they get you and Nick confused, then
I will be offended.
You will be offended. Yes. There's just not even a comparison. It's not even close.
Omaha!
All right, Jake, despite a 141-118 win over the Pelicans last night, Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson needed an in-game reminder from one of his players on just how to have fun out there.
So I got upset today. I think we went from, we were up 23, and I think they cut it to 18 there in the fourth quarter, and I started to get upset. And Darius hit me on the cheek like this, just to remind me, I get uptight sometimes. And, he's like, smile, so it is a kid's game, and there's got to be joy in the game. It's, as a coach, sometimes you can lose sight of that. But DG's kind of the one that reminds me, kid's game, enjoy this thing.
Does it feel like the vibes are really just all the way back with this Cavs team after just back-to-back wins at home?
They got to be back a little bit in some degree, because I think there's a good message there of this is probably a team that's been uptight. Clearly, they have not looked like they've been having fun prior to these two games. You had a couple of wins on the board. You're up by 18. It's like, hey, I get it. Your job is to keep us in line, but at the same time, we are up 18 still. We are in a really good spot to the point where you don't have to blow up. I don't know that I can say they're fully back because you beat the Hornets and the Pelicans. You should beat the Hornets and the Pelicans. You should have been beating up on the Hornets and the Pelicans probably last week.
And the Bulls before that, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of games there where you weren't beating up on anybody. So I'm not going to say they're fully back. They could get waxed tomorrow by the New York Knicks, and they probably go down a little bit. But it's definitely a good sign. I'm going to push towards this is a much better thing than not.
And it helps when you score, 130 plus against the Hornets and then 141 last night against the Pelicans. Those shots are going through. That has to build confidence. But even looking at the bench in a game like last night, when it does look like these guys are having fun, there's a different energy behind them from that 3-game losing streak, from losing 7 of their last 10 to having all these conversations on hot seat talk and is the roster still together, just having the wins actually count and matter. And it leads to at least some excitement for tomorrow's Christmas Day showdown.
Yeah, at least a little bit. They were missing everything under the sun, so I think we have to at least get a little excited when they can shoot 40% from 3 in a game.
Omaha!
All right, Phillip Rivers, right back to his old ways, was mic'd up and, just sounded like the old Phillip Rivers that everyone remembers from 5 years ago. Audio courtesy of Inside the NFL.
Hey, that's bullcrap! That's bullcrap! Don't start that! Hey, don't start that mess!
Rivers has a free shot, throws into the end zone, touchdown!
Boom! Let's stick and go! Stick and go! Heck yeah, baby! Let's go! That good.
Am I the only person who gets really bothered by the fact of Phillip Rivers just acting like, I know he's got a lot of kids, but he acts like they're right in front of him at all times. He refuses to be a man of a little bit of just, I don't know. It's funny, but at the same time, it gets stale for me.
Man, it's fun. I love Phillip Rivers when he gets mic'd up and you get moments like these. It's so weird because he's 40 plus years old. I'm not sure what his exact age is.
Now.
44. He's a grandfather. And I feel weird calling him endearing, but it kind of is endearing. How you have older people and people are like, oh, that's such a cute thing that they did. And it's just because they're old. I feel like we're getting to that territory right now with Phillip Rivers saying, let's stink and go. Should we do LSG instead? What are we doing here with Phillip Rivers? It's been a fun couple of games with him as the Colts quarterback, but don't ever change. I enjoyed this persona from him.
I'm so out on it. It just becomes so stale. There are really good moments that he has, but at the same time, it's Phil, you're an NFL quarterback. You can let loose a little bit. You can say something more than let's stink and go. It reminds me too much of Fernando Mendoza. I think that's the problem. It's just full-blown nerd. We're national flipping champions. No, you get away with swearing on national television there. You really do.
Phillip has more country to him, though.
He does.
Mendoza's full classroom nerd. That is his entire persona and character.
Omaha!
The Spurs handed the Thunder their 4th loss of the season last night. It's actually the 2nd time that San Antonio has beat OKC. Well, Victor Wembanyama thought now would be a good time to introduce a victory celebration to his hometown crowd.
I would like, with my teammates, to introduce a little new tradition that we've been working on with the Jackals over there. So please, everybody, arms up in the air, spread your arms. Everybody spread your arms.
All right, so it's essentially a Skol Vikings chant, but Wemby just hits the drum twice at midcourt and they clap. Rate the new celebration for San Antonio.
I like this kind of a 6. I think it's really basic. It's kind of boring. Also, this is a victory celebration. I'm all for it. Do something. Everyone's kind of got their own thing. I think this would be so much more intimidating if you were doing this before the game started, rather than, oh, we won the game, let's all clap together. No, you just did that for the last 3 hours.
Right.
We all just sat there and clapped and watched the game. You do this before, it gives you a little bit of chills walking into the arena. If this was right before introductions, I'd be all in. The fact that you got to wheel out the drum after the game's over, people have to stay in their seats.
That's it right there.
I kind of lose it.
That you have to stay for it because people already leave early to avoid traffic at sporting events all the time. But now you're going to have people be like, yeah, but we have to stay because they're going to hit the drum twice. And that means we have to clap afterward. And it's going to be so much fun. I don't know if we need post-game victory celebrations in the NBA. I know the Kings had the light the beam meme, and that was all fun and good.
That's also cool because it's outside the stadium.
Yes, that I'm all for. But this idea of having to wheel the drum out and then hit it, and it's a total ripoff of what the Vikings do with the Skol chant anyway. Lack of creativity here, and I just don't think it's all that great.
Right, bring it to basketball. I like the fact that we're doing something because right now you have just about nothing, and it adds a little something. So that's why I gave it a 6. But yeah, it lacks a lot.
And Wemby was like, "We spent a lot of time working on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much time did it take you to come up with that celebration?
Guys, we're going to hit the drum twice. They're going to clap. And then we're going to speed it up. Never done before, just everywhere else in the world of sports.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Omaha!
All right, let's go to the DK Metcalf incident. Obviously suspended 2 games. That was upheld on his appeal. News coming down now that the fan will have no recourse. There will be nothing pushed down on the fan for the interaction as well. Does this feel like a lack of investigation coming out from the NFL in this entire thing?
Yeah, you definitely feel like the fan should be accountable for something.
Especially because of the whole prior incident in Seattle with DK. I just can't feel like that's absolutely nothing.
Right. Like, this is, without a doubt, a horrible fan. And I feel comfortable saying that with the history involved and then what happened last Sunday in Detroit. It's a horrible fan, and you can criticize DK for even going in there in the first place and engaging with that. And I feel bad because my whole perspective of this situation has kind of changed with that $45 million guarantee in DK's future contract just being gone now because of the suspension. That is absolutely brutal, but there should have been something for this fan, and it doesn't excuse what DK did, but I don't think like a lifetime ban I think would probably be in order for this fan. At least something to keep them accountable to.
Yeah, like, I don't know, guy can't buy tickets to the lower bowl, something, right? Like, you got to keep him away from, and listen, we don't know if the allegations that were threw out against the fan were true or not, but the fact that you are having things that go up that bother a player enough, and yes, I agree with you, DK shouldn't have been over, I mean, it's during the game, you don't need to be over in the stands. Oh my God, I mean, the fact that he just walks away scot-free, there was clearly something done, and then the fan was cheering after it happened, like, he had a goal in mind, and a goal that I feel like we should not be promoting for the fans to have.
And it just uplifts the fan, too, because isn't this exactly what that fan wanted?
Exactly.
And can't this fan who has, again, proven that they're a bad fan, has history proving that as well, he can go around now saying, yeah, I cost DK Metcalf $45 million, look at me, and that's not going to stop him or anybody else doing the same thing in the future.
It's going to encourage the behavior, if nothing else.
Exactly.
All right, Jake, good stuff out of you. When we come on back, we are going to climb into the Cavs because a Christmas Day game that once felt really, really cool and a big moment to be back now feels a little bit less than that. We get to do it in 5 minutes. It's Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP on Afternoon Drive.
the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markach.
Coming up on the emerging podcast scene, we play Name That Pro Bowler.
16 students, 16 kegs. What could possibly go wrong at an Ohio State party?
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Jake Vulinec with the guys here on Afternoon Drive in for Nick and JP. Coming up in about 16 minutes, we're going to talk to Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. Get the feeling on Kevin that we talked about at the start of the show, and plenty more as it relates to Shador, Miles, and plenty more that's happened today and over the last week or so. But we're coming up on that. We have what's supposed to be atrocious takes from Jake Murren when it comes to Christmas movies coming up at 3:40. But I did want to get to a little bit of Cavs. Obviously, Christmas Day game tomorrow in the NBA as well as the NFL, but we don't need to talk about that right now. But Cavs do have a Christmas Day game, which, by the way, I understand that, like, especially I think when it comes to the NFL, that a lot of people are either for or against it. There's not much of an in-between. NBA's been on Christmas Day for a while. It has been a tradition, and I think for a lot of teams, it's a really cool place to be. Like, in a lot of ways, it is a signal that, especially when you're not a big market team, like, are the Lakers going to play on Christmas Day? Of course the Lakers are going to play on Christmas Day. There's a lot of times that goes, especially while LeBron's there. Now Luke is there. Like, you're going to put stars on the screen that day for people to watch. But I think especially when you're a team like Cleveland, it just means a little bit more. You're being put in the national spotlight. Like, that's a game that I watch you, and I look at the schedule when it comes out and I go, oh, you're playing the Knicks on Christmas Day. That is supposed to be the clear, determined number 1 versus number 2 Eastern Conference game. Let's see how it plans out. And I think some of that has been just, I guess, lost in the way that I feel for it. Had this been a true battle, not even just necessarily number 1 and number 2, but it looked like it was two teams who are clearly playing at full strength, who looked like they're playing to their abilities. Let's go see the product that goes out there and look like a dogfight. I'm all in. I would have that same level of excitement, but it does feel like the Cavs that we've gotten over the past few weeks, and really for the entire start of this year, it feels like some of that Christmas Day mojo has been gone. Like, this would have been the game that I was waking up for tomorrow morning, and I was instantly, as I woke up, I'm like, of course, it's Christmas, which I celebrate. I'm excited for Christmas. But I'm really excited to see what the Cavs do today with a, basically measuring stick matchup. Here's how you match up against the New York Knicks. Here's how the Eastern Conference looks. To the point where now I'm looking at it and going, I don't even know how much faith I have in the Cavs in this game, because I haven't seen you play a good team, and I haven't seen you play a ton of good teams competitively at any point this year. Like, I go back to the first Knicks game, it's pretty solid. It was a solid game that the Cavs had played, walled down Darius Garland. It was like that game, again, felt like it meant something, felt like it mattered. Where now I'm going through and I'm going, okay, well, this is now another matchup where I'm playing the Knicks. I don't have Evan Mobley. The Cavs have gotten back into a mojo, but it's against the Hornets and Pelicans. Like, if they just get blown out tomorrow, I'm just going to kind of shrug my shoulders. I mean, that's the expectation. This game feels a little bit more hollow. There is not that same level of excitement that I once had. And I can't sit here and blame anybody but the Cavs for it so far. If you want to blame injuries, I think there's a legitimate argument into that. But I don't even know what to expect for this game. Like Jake brought up during Quick Hits, are the vibes back for this team? And I think they are a little bit. I think Kenny Atkinson's clip that we played there, makes you feel a little bit better about it. That, Darius is feeling like there's a little bit more vibes. He's reminding Kenny to have fun. We're going through and seeing the bench actually have a little bit of life to it. But I almost feel like I'm going through and watching an underdog story on Christmas Day, which aren't supposed to be how most of these games are played. Supposed to feel like closer to even matchups. And naturally, through the course of an NBA season, again, not to bring up the NFL on Christmas Day, but go look at that. They expected 3 competitive games, and they're not getting 3 competitive games. At least they shouldn't be getting 3 competitive games based on who's playing. Again, there are just things that are out of your control, but this one, for the most part, is very much within the control of the two teams. Watch the Cavs be injured last year. I watched the Cavs continue to win games last year. I watched them continue to function with an offensive efficiency that was, bordering on record-breaking stuff. And this year I've just lost a lot of it. The main question that I'm going to have answered is whether or not the 2 games that I just watched were a fluke or whether or not the Cavs actually have something back to them. But this just looks like a game that I'm going to go into and expect the Cavs to be outmatched. I'm going to expect the New York Knicks, who have been going through that battle test, who have been playing better basketball than the Cavs have on a consistent basis, to just look like the better team. I don't think that bodes well for anybody's Christmas. I don't think that pushes through to make any of us feel better. But I mean, at the very least, it does at least signal the Cavs, I think, are getting up for this game. I think there is a little bit of a build towards momentum. In fact, Kenny Atkinson was speaking about this game and just how much the Cavs are looking forward to it.
Man, if you're not up for that, you better hang it up. It's going to be fun. That's a celebration. To me, that's the marquee game in the NBA. I participated in it. There's nothing like going to the Garden at noon. But, we're playing a heck of a Knicks team that's playing great. So it'd be a great challenge, but we're really looking forward to it.
And I agree with Kenny. This does feel like, in the NBA, talk to me about a regular season game that feels like it means more than a Christmas Day game. There's a reason the Cavs would play the Warriors back in 2016, 2017, those type of years, and they would play them on Christmas Day. Those are the matchups. The NBA has tried to dominate the day of Christmas for a long time. They've been trying to get these to be everybody should want to tune in, and if nothing else, it should be your Christmas morning background noise throughout the rest of the day of at least it's on your TV and you're tuned in, right? Because you're going to look up and you're going to see good basketball. This is a Cavs team that doesn't scream marquee matchup to me right now. I think I'm still waiting for that. I'll give a lot of credit to the Cavs where it's due. I think that you look at, especially a game like last night, you've had Sam Merrill back for the last 2 games, and if for some reason it feels like it has flipped a switch for the Cavs and their ability to shoot the ball. I mean, it is another threat along the 3-point line that they've just been desperately missing, because it feels like every guy that's gone down so far, Max Strus to start the year, Darius Garland to start the year, and, here and there in between, Sam Merrill, it has been your best 3-point shooters on a team that loves to shoot the 3 and did so at a very high clip last year. So I think, if nothing else, Sam's sitting there proving, too, that there's a lot more of an impact that he's playing, almost in a scary way, considering he's a legitimate role player who probably won't be in the starting lineup when this team is fully healthy. I don't know how much of an impact that guy should be playing on your overall impact as a team. I like Sam. But, again, I feel like I'm kind of just wishing on magic. He was shooting the ball so well from beyond the arc to a point that was not sustainable. Sam Merrill was not going to consistently shoot the 60% from 3 that he was shooting to start the year. He's going to come back to earth, even if he shoots a really good season, even if he's, bordering on 40+% from there, as the season winds down. Yeah, it's really impactful, but it's not going to be what it was. I just don't know how I'm looking at this team and going, okay, I get it. You're injured. It's going to play an impact. This Knicks team's really just not. This is a team that's up for this game. This is a team that's ready to push forward, and a team that feels like they're where they should be right now in the Eastern Conference. I guess that's the biggest problem for me, is I'm waiting for the Cavs to return to the point that they should be in the Eastern Conference, while the Knicks have just maintained their spot there. They're not one right now, obviously, because the Pistons are having a great start to the year, but it goes back to what we talked about for the Cavs, even going back to the preseason. I sat here and I was like, I don't need the Cavs to be the 1 seed. I don't need the Cavs to rip off 64 wins this year. If you show me that you're a team playing competitive basketball on most given nights, and the games that you actually have to get up for, you go out there and you get up for. That's all that really matters. And that's where the Knicks are at. It's okay, you're among the top of the Eastern Conference. You've kept yourself in a top 4 seed where you'd be hosting a home playoff series. That's great. Beyond that, the Cavs have just fallen so far out of that rotation and have not shown it to me for so long, it just makes it difficult. I mean, Michael, you're a big basketball fan. Does this feel the same way that it did to start the year? Because, maybe you didn't even feel that way to begin with. This was the matchup, basically, of the regular season for me that I wanted to see.
So, at least I'll say this. It's, of all the teams playing on Christmas, the Cavs certainly are not the most offensive. The Mavericks are playing tomorrow, so there is that.
Oh, they also thought they would have a little bit more help.
Also a horrible missed opportunity that Dallas is now playing the Lakers tomorrow. How is that not happening? We have the Rockets playing the Lakers, the Mavericks playing the Warriors. I think we should switch that, but, it's just me.
Listen, I don't know what the story writers are doing in the NBA. They could clearly miss the ball now, and I would agree with you. All right,
Luka should be going back to Dallas tomorrow.
Yeah, Luka versus Anthony Davis, Cooper Flag, essentially a what could have been if Dallas had just, I don't know, maybe kept Luka, and you can imagine all the different scenarios. I agree with you on that. I agree the Mavs are probably a little bit more offensive, although did beat the Nuggets last night, and Cooper Flag looked good and Anthony Davis looked good.
But when it comes to the Cavs, I guess, I look at tomorrow almost as like, based on what we've seen the past 2 nights, like this almost feels like a statement game for the Cavs. Like it's like a litmus stick type of thing. Like, where are you now? Are you back or are you not? If they go out there and get hammered tomorrow, vibes are gone. It's reset the decks. But if they go out there tomorrow and it's a competitive game, they maybe lose close or they pull it out and they win, like then it's okay. The Cavs are back and it's for real. Like, that's what it feels like, which I agree with you isn't what I think we wanted this matchup to be, where it's like the Cavs are kind of trying to prove themselves, but that's kind of where we are, and I'll take it. It's better than had they, lost or not played so great the last couple of nights, and it was like, oh boy, like tomorrow could get ugly. I'm confident that they will come out tomorrow and be up for it. It'll just be a matter of whether or not they can win the game.
Yeah, listen, it's whether or not the talent lives there. I do think it's interesting what you bring up, because this can be, I think when we talk about the vibes for this team and getting up and playing for this game, this is really interesting that this can be, I'm not going to call it a turning point in the season, but I think it's a turning point for your next few games. Like if the vibes have been up against the Hornets and they've been up against the Pelicans and you feel like you continue to press on and you feel like you look at these 2 games and you're like, okay, Cavs have flipped the vibes. They've flipped the momentum. Going up against a team like New York, I mean, I can't help but think the guys in that room, they go out there and just get killed by New York, are going to go, here we go again. We're going right back to the way that we were just playing. We couldn't make shots. We couldn't stay competitive in this game. And on the flip, if you do go out and you play competitive or even win this game, I think that's all the momentum boost you could possibly ask for, which is going to carry over for at least a couple of games further.
And they need that because their schedule is rough coming up.
And they did not capitalize on the bad part of the schedule they just had. They could use the momentum. Problem is, you actually got to go out and capture it, and I think that's what scares me. 216-474-0092. Does the Christmas Day game for the Cavs feel more hollow after the recent play? Plus, coming up here in 5 minutes, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joins us to break down all things Browns. Jake Vulinec with you guys filling in for Nick and JP on Afternoon Drive.
2 to 7 p.m. That is 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Michael Markoch. Coming up next, Cleveland.com's Ashley Bastock joins Jake to preview Browns and Steelers.
Jake Vulinec with the guys here on Afternoon Drive. And coming up at about 3:50, we got Cash Lovett. We're going to figure out what he thinks on a couple of the games, college football playoffs, Browns taking on the Steelers this week. Again, that's coming your way right around 3:50. But to talk more Browns, to get an insight on Browns-Steelers, what these next two games mean, let's head out to the Fan Hotline. Covers the team for Cleveland.com. Joins Afternoon Drive every single Wednesday. It is Ashley Bastock joining us now. Ashley, what's going on?
Hey, not much, Jake. What's going on with you?
Nothing much. Ashley, we've never talked before. This is our first time having an interview together. We're going to figure out if we step off on the right foot. I want your favorite Christmas movie. Where is it?
My favorite Christmas movie is probably It's a Wonderful Life. I love it. I think it's a classic for a reason. If I had to pick a more modern one, I would go with Home Alone. And my favorite thing about Home Alone is everything is explained. Like, it's the perfectly written movie, and you can say, oh, well, like, this would never happen in 2020 or, like, 2025, whatever. The good thing about it is it's all explained, and it makes sense for the time. So those are my top two for sure.
Well, I would say we start off on a great foot because those are both great choices.
Amazing.
Big fan of Home Alone, and my family has a thing for It's a Wonderful Life. We end up watching it every single year, so I have no knock towards it. It's a good movie. I have plenty of knocks for the Browns, and we're probably going to get into some of them. But I'll start things off. I hear so much right now about ownership has not made up their mind on Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Berry at this point, but probably more so Kevin. Do we feel like with 2 games left to go that that's the case, that it is still, they're up in the air on what happens with the head coaching position by the time this year's over?
Yeah, it is really so hard to try to get a grasp of what exactly is going on now. And I think that's like across the board for all of us. It's not like anyone's being told, oh, yeah, it's like everyone's fine, everything's safe, like don't worry about it. But we're not hearing definitively the opposite either. So I think we're still in that wait and see mode. And look, I think in theory, like maybe they might have an idea, but we'll still have to wait and see how these last couple of weeks go. And look, like the Bills game for me is an interesting example, right? Because I thought the Browns they obviously lose that game, but they kept it closer mostly than anyone would give them credit for. I don't think you saw them go out there and quit. Now, the flip side of that is this team has lost games to the New York Jets and Tennessee Titans that they should have won. I still am of the mind, like, I think Andrew Berry is going to be here regardless. And I think especially this past draft class really helped solidify it because he just absolutely nailed it along with this front office. And look, Carson Schlesinger is probably getting NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. If he doesn't, he should. And I think he should have been a Pro Bowler. The problem is he's a linebacker on a 3-win team. But I do think Andrew Berry absolutely nailed this draft class. I think it gives the Browns a reason to keep him here. And I think with Kevin Stefanski in the coaching situation, we're still just going to have to kind of wait and see how things play out.
Knowing what these 2 games can potentially be, obviously Cincinnati not a ton of wins. You can only imagine what Week 18 might look like. And even coming up this week, I mean, Steelers have a chance before the game actually kicks off on Sunday to have the AFC North all but locked up. If these 2 games end up being the worst possible case scenario where it's no starters playing, is there anything in those 2 games that you think could genuinely swing the organization one way or another when it comes to Kevin?
I mean, that's what's so hard, I think, to gauge. And again, when you're dealing with especially ownership in the NFL, it's so hard to figure out what they're thinking and what could sway them one way or the other. And look, like even when Jimmy Haslam has talked over the last year, there's been different things he said that people have latched onto, right? I think like at the owners' meetings when he talked about Deshaun Watson being a swing and a miss and knowing it was going to be an uphill battle without them having a clear-cut answer at quarterback going into the 2025 season. It kind of was signaling at the time that, these guys are going to be safe, meaning Andrew and Kevin regardless. But on the flip side of that, at training camp, everyone kind of latched on to that comment he made about 3 wins isn't going to cut it. And if they go that way again, you do have to wonder, 2 straight losing seasons, 2 single-digit win seasons, what they're going to do as far as, if anything, these last couple of weeks can swing them one way or the other. It's hard to tell, just because the Browns aren't playing for anything. I mean, I will say if the Browns showed some fight in each of these last 2 games, if they would come up with wins, it would say something to me that they didn't quit despite the circumstances. But, of course, if they lose, we all know it's better for the draft positioning. So there would still obviously be that benefit in not winning these games. But, they still have to be concerned with the product on the field. So it is just really, really difficult to say right now.
And Ashley Bastock with us here on the Fan Hotline. We heard from Joel Bitonio today kind of give his defense of Kevin Stefanski and being the coach here next year. Does that hold any weight beyond just, we know the players like to play for him, and we know Joel's a guy that has stuck up for him and been fond of Kevin in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I think that should hold some weight, especially because this isn't just a player saying that to get in good graces with his head coach, right? I mean, Joel Bitonio is a Pro Bowler. He's an all-pro player. He's the longest tenured member of this Browns roster, and he has been through the ringer and the ups and downs with this organization. Obviously, he's had a couple of playoff seasons with them. He also was a part of the infamous 1-31 stretch. And I think Joel's affinity for Kevin Stefanski is understandable when you consider he's been a part of such pure chaos here, from Hugh Jackson to the Freddie Kitchens year. His head coach has not always been the adult in the room, so to speak, but Kevin Stefanski has. So I think it's understandable why Joel feels that way. I think it should carry some weight, especially when you consider, I know I've seen and heard fans asking, does Kevin Stefanski have this locker room? Does he have buy-in from this locker room? I think it's meaningful for Joel Bitonio to come out and give that sort of support publicly for Kevin Stefanski.
Ashley, you brought up the idea of improving the draft position. So I want to ask you, when it comes to the organization, what should mean more? Getting a win over the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday, or getting a better draft position come April?
I like this big picture sort of thinking. Look, it's interesting because I am one of the most negative people when it comes to the draft in general. We have this joke about a lot of the times I feel like draft picks are marketing strategies, right? They're unknown entities. And that's why when they traded away from Travis Hunter in this year's draft, I was like, okay, so you're trading away from a guy who everyone is, fairly confident is going to be an early contributor and is very talented, for the possibility at different talent next year. It's always this kind of carrot you can dangle and say, well, we have these draft picks. But, in theory, the win against the Steelers really would mean nothing. I guess it's always good to beat the Steelers and it's good for fan morale. But if you're still talking about draft picks as the marketing strategy and going after a top-tier talent guy in the top 3 picks, in theory, that should be more meaningful. Now, I am still the person that's going to be the most down on that possibility because we don't know what the draft class looks like. You don't know what exactly they're going to do with the pick, etc. But realistically, I think you look at the future of the organization as a whole, and the draft pick just means more because the Browns aren't playing for anything this season.
Well, obviously, the higher-up draft pick could mean quarterback. It's a conversation we've been having. Given the entire situation that I laid out with the Steelers and in the division and everything, how does that sort of change what the next 2 games can mean for Shador and what he's able to prove?
Yeah, so I think the unfortunate thing for Shador Sanders is he was just given this really small sample size, right? And I think he's done a lot to maximize it. The Chicago game was a step back, but I think he took another step forward this past week against the Bills. And I'm reminded of one of Andrew Berry's favorite quotes about development not being linear. So I think we've seen that from Shador already. And what's going to be a small sample size that, look, it's not fair that he only has 7 games or 7.5 games, but it's what he's working with. So I think what he needs to show in these next couple of games is basically what he's been showing, which is he's not repeating mistakes. I think that's huge for rookie quarterbacks. Like, he will have throws he wants back, right? You think about the interception from a few weeks ago that he threw towards Gage Larvidan, but he hasn't made another pick quite like that one since then. And I thought on Sunday against the Bills, he showed how elusive and mobile he can be, which he certainly was not given enough credit for across the board throughout the draft process. So I think if he keeps showing those things, keeps showing, hey, I'm not going to make the same mistakes. What he's making it easier for, I think, everyone to do is look at this team and think, man, what would Shador Sanders look like if he had 1 or 2 more really good first-round talent pass catchers around him? If he had an offensive line that wasn't comprised entirely of backups. So I really think Shador Sanders just keeps needing to be himself over these last couple of weeks. Don't start repeating mistakes, and he will have made, I think, a good case for this team, the best possible case that he can make as one person, as one quarterback, that he should be the guy. And then I think everyone goes from there.
And I got Ashley Bastock with us. All right, we've talked about Kevin, a little bit about Andrew Shador. The 2 games, we've laid out them all. What are these 2 games? Who does it mean more for between those 3 guys?
Ooh, between those 3 guys, I would say probably Shador Sanders at this point, just because no one knows what they're going to do. And I think Shador needs to make his best possible case. I think it's like around January 23rd or so that the Browns will have a better idea of who is even coming out in this draft. But I think until then, we're not really going to know what direction they're leaning. And I think just knowing the fact they're not really playing for anything, knowing the fact that, hey, everyone already knows how good this draft class is, I don't think there's much more Andrew Berry needs to do in that regard. We still just don't know where they stand on the coaching thing, which makes me think, this means the most for Shador Sanders and in figuring out what direction this team is going to go at quarterback, because maybe that will also influence what they do at head coach. And, if they decide Shador is the guy getting a head coach or staying with Kevin Stefanski, who's going to be best for him? I think that then also becomes part of the equation. So by that extension, I think what Shador Sanders does is also important for Kevin Stefanski. So I'm going to go with Shador on that one.
All right, so look into the defensive side of the ball. Between the entire, being able to break a record in 16 games, now the season expanded to 17, how much more pressure is on Miles to go through and at least get that half sack, if not just break the record with a full sack on Sunday?
I think there is certainly pressure on this situation now. And look, I think we're going to have to see what the Steelers do. But in terms of if they clinch the division on Saturday, will they play their starters on Sunday? Will they play Aaron Rodgers? If they do play Aaron Rodgers, Myles Garrett has never sacked him in his career. They've only played each other 2 times in 2021 in Green Bay in that Christmas Day game that the Browns lost, and then earlier this season. And when they played earlier this season, Aaron Rodgers quick-gamed this defense. He was getting the ball out so fast and didn't allow Myles Garrett to take that game over or to get a sack. So I think then you're talking about, okay, if he doesn't get a sack this week again, it's breaking the record in the final week, and there's not really much more pressure than that. I guess the flip side of that is he's obviously had a ton of success against the Bengals in doing that. But I think it's also true that we all think and talk about the record more than Myles Garrett does. So I don't know how much pressure he feels exactly, but I think it's worth noting, the clock is kind of winding down here, and one of these opponents he doesn't have a career sack against.
Ashley, we always appreciate the time, especially around the holidays. So I wish you a happy holidays. And hopefully we got to talk for the first time. Hopefully we get to talk again sometime in the near future.
All right, sounds good, Jake. Thanks for keeping this on the rails this week. Great job.
Listen, Nick and JP can go anywhere. I only got one person. If Nick was here, it might just go off the rails. It might not have control. But I did all right today.
Super
just
valid.
keep it fine. Thanks,
Super
Ashley.
valid. All right. Thanks, Jake.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, with us there on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to some of what she had to say as well. Jake Murren apparently has some disastrous Christmas movie takes that I'm going to have to push back on. It's coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP here on Afternoon Drive.
For 24 hours a day Christmas music, switch to our sister station, Star 102 at 102.1 FM.
Simply have a holly jolly Christmas.
Or stream live on Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen here. If you're looking for the perfect gift, you're not sure what to do, you're not sure where to go, it can be mind-numbing. Hold on. You gotta go see Tammy and the team at Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake. They're gonna take care of you. You can trust me, I'm gonna make sure that they do. Whether it be for a holiday gift, whether it be for an engagement ring, you know it is engagement season. That wonderful holiday gift that she's gonna love now and forever. You gotta get to Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, friends. Since 1987, PeterJewelers.com. It's where Cleveland shops for the holidays.
From kickoff to the final whistle, BetMGM Sportsbook at MGM Northfield Park is the ultimate game day destination all season long. Featuring over 2,000 square feet of sports paradise, complete with a floor-to-ceiling video wall, 16 odds boards, and comfortable stadium-style seating. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly and offer resources to help you make appropriate choices. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Smiley One Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing is looking for experienced HVAC technicians and plumbers who seek more than a job. They want to build a career with steady employment in a comfortable and professional environment. As a member of the Smiley One team, your hard work will not go unnoticed. We believe in encouraging personal growth, providing a work-life balance, and provide advanced training for success. Don't just show up for work. Become a valued part of the Smiley One team. Find us online at SMYLIEONE.
I-77 South from 90 to Gent. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Jake Vulinec with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. That was the first time I did it. Right hand in the air. That's not me. I'm on Afternoon Drive today. It is 3:45. We're going to be talking to Cash Lovett here coming up at some point soon. But just got done talking to Ashley Bastock over at Cleveland.com, which, of course, you can go back, listen, Odyssey Rewind feature. It'll be up over at 923thefan.com as well. You can go back, listen, really good stuff out of Ashley, including just basically sidebar of, which makes a lot of sense, just the idea that it feels like Andrew Berry is going to be back no matter what at this point. And listen, you could certainly make an argument for Andrew Berry to be fired, and I've made that argument before. You can also go through and basically look around and say, okay, you look right now and you look at the draft class that he put out, you can make an argument for it. And if you gave him the extra year, I think you can make the argument the other way. But Kevin feels so up in the air in such an odd spot right now that it is just really difficult to, I think, warrant coming back. But at the same time, you just have no feel for where this team currently stands. You have no feel. There's nobody saying, yeah, they're going to be there. There's no worries. We're moving forward with them. There's also not an overwhelming feeling of, that guy's going to get fired. I think a lot of the fans feel that way. I feel that way. I don't think Kevin will be back, but the organization's really not pushing you one way or another. Just a interesting final two games that we have in front of us. But right now, let's bring in Jake Murn, because apparently we also have some very interesting Christmas movie takes that, Jake, we talked before the show. I don't know what these are, but you gave me a very brief disclaimer of I have takes. Here's two movies. What do you think? And you go, we should talk about this.
Yeah, we can even bring Michael Markoch into this as well, because I'm interested what both of you guys think, because growing up, I really didn't watch a ton of Christmas movies. And now in my young 20s, I'm finally trying to catch up on them. I watched Jingle All the Way for the first time last year. Loved that movie. I know you enjoyed it too, Jake. And, well, this past weekend, I watched two Christmas movies for the first time, and they're on two complete different sides of the spectrum for me in terms of good to great and just terrible Christmas movie. And they were National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and Home Alone 2. I've seen Home Alone 1. I've seen it several times. Love it. But I've never actually seen the sequel. Well, I made the viewing to watch both of those this past weekend, and Christmas Vacation, absolute terrible movie, wasted my time watching it, but Home Alone 2, at least top 3 Christmas movie of all time, better than the original, and it was fantastic, 10 out of 10, no notes.
I can see why I'm upset. This is blasted. Top 3 Christmas movie of all time, Home Alone 2. And I'll start there. We're going to get into Christmas Vacation. Don't think you get off the hook on that one.
But, yeah, that was just bad.
Okay, then maybe we go there first. What part of that movie is bad? I just had this conversation.
So if it's 2 hours long, I'd say all 2 hours of it were bad. I will never get that time back in my life. It wasn't funny. They didn't go on vacation, and I just wasn't... I don't know. I wasn't entertained by a single thing. I was actually having a hard time staying awake during this movie.
You're held up by the fact that they didn't go on vacation. It's a Christmas vacation.
I was annoyed by that.
It's you have vacation from everything else because of Christmas.
So
That's part of the point.
Obviously, Christmas Vacation is a well-known and beloved movie. It's a classic, a historical one, and I was excited to watch it for the first time because I've heard so many great things. So maybe it just let me down, but I started it and I was like, okay, yeah, I've heard things about, this scene where they're in the car and they're driving under the semi truck and all that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is enjoyable. And they drove off the road. I'm like, yeah, I like this so far. And then just everything that followed was just bad. Just bad.
I mean, we don't find any joy in Cousin Eddie. I think Cousin Eddie's hilarious. We don't find any joy in the other, I can't remember the grandmother's name in it, but when the grandma's saying they go to do a prayer at dinner and she starts singing the Star-Spangled Banner, or no, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
That's not funny to you? I find that hilarious.
Okay, that was probably one of the more funny moments in the entire movie, but it took the 2 hours to get to it because it was the final scene. and everything that led up to it, I could not get behind. But Home Alone 2 was what I watched first on Saturday night, then went to Christmas Vacation, which completely ruined the night. But Home Alone 2, fantastic movie, 10 out of 10. There were so many things that just hooked me throughout it, and everything had a payoff, and I absolutely loved it.
It's like, I don't have a problem with Home Alone 2. I just don't think it's anywhere near the first. You said it's better. You think it clears the first one?
So the pranks in it are better than the first one. So the first one I enjoyed. I smiled throughout. Like I said, I've seen it several times. I enjoy Home Alone. But Home Alone 2, I was actually like belly laughing during the pranks. Like what he was doing to the Wet Bandits, like they were actually funny skits and they were just getting so messed up. I thought it was hysterical for what it was in those moments, but it also had the storytelling of obviously him being in New York by himself, and then even like the turtle doves. And I won't spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it, even though I'm sure you have.
But watch out!
I know.
Like
but the
25 years late.
But the whole turtle dove storyline too. Like I loved how that paid off, and yeah, I just thought it was a great movie.
Listen, I love Home Alone as much as the next person. It's one of my top Christmas movies. Those movies are just basically slapstick comedy. That's 90% of the movie. It's like, oh, watch this guy get smacked in the head by a paint can. And it's like, yeah, it makes me laugh. Like, I enjoy that part of it. Like, you look at it, it's basically Three Stooges comedy of like, oh, this is dumb and they're getting hit. Now, there's a better storyline to Home Alone than that. But like,
yeah,
I don't feel the appeal. Also, you want to talk about a storyline that just doesn't make sense. How do you lose your kid twice? How do you forget about your kid on vacation, not once, but 2 times? And then, there's a Home Alone 3 with different actors, but like,
so I think the second one makes a little bit more sense because it was at the airport and he was struggling to keep up and just they were running late and he got lost. So I think that makes a little bit more sense how he ended up on a completely different flight. Yeah, sure, that bends the rules. Home Alone 1, though, like even what Ashley just said in the last segment, she was like, yeah, that's kind of how it was back then. You wouldn't be totally surprised. Sure, like Kevin's parents.
How many kids are getting on flights to New York?
Kevin's parents, completely terrible. I'm not disputing that, but they created for some great moments that I enjoyed, especially Home Alone 2 more than the first one. But, we could even bring Michael Markoch in. What do you think?
So, I have a confession to make. I have not seen any of the Home Alones.
You've never seen a Home Alone movie?
See? That's why I didn't spoil it, Jake.
Never seen one.
I guess good on you, because you saved Michael. He's got to watch the first one before this.
I have not seen Home Alone or Home Alone 2.
Michael, you're running out of time. Christmas is almost over now. We can't bring this back up in December and be like, now I've watched them. You got to get these done.
Well, also, I do not have the specific streaming service that has Home Alone. So that's another issue. It's just not like, you can't always find it. I didn't see Christmas Vacation until last year either. I disagree with Jake's take that it's just horrible. Well, Jake Murren's take. I do think it's a hair overrated of a movie, but I wouldn't say it's like the worst Christmas movie I've ever seen.
Before I had the night show, I'd play a bar trivia on Tuesdays, like closer to home. And I was off yesterday, so I got the opportunity to go play trivia there. And they did a Christmas trivia. I can't believe how many people have not seen this movie. Like, this is now like,
yeah.
You just watched it last year. Jake just watched it this year. The guy who runs my trivia on Tuesdays has not seen it and refuses to see it. This is like,
he should wait.
No, yes. There is no way. This is a movie that people also like. I don't know. It's set up in a time that was obviously before. Some of the comedy probably misses a little bit, but like, I can't imagine out of all the movies to be against. Now we are both Elf fans, though, right?
Yeah, Elf is number 1.
Okay,
Elf is number 1. I have How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Jim Carrey, number 2, but Home Alone 2, number 3, right on that Christmas movie list. There isn't even a spot for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, though. That was just bad. Even going into the viewing, I had no idea that it was called National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I was like, what's the National Lampoon part have to do with it? And so then my wife was like, yeah, it's this whole series. There's like 12 of them. And I was like, okay, well, do I have to see any of the other ones first? And obviously we didn't. And we went into Christmas Vacation. And again, could not enjoy myself anymore.
Now listen, Christmas Vacation is by far the best one. So if you didn't like that, don't even. I'm going to tell you not to waste your time.
Yeah, Meredith was talking me into like Vegas Vacation or whatever, but Christmas Vacation did nothing for me.
I don't think the other ones quite live. There's some okay ones, but definitely don't need to go see all 12. And if you didn't like those, good chance you're not going to like the other ones either. All right, bad take out of you, Jake, but good stuff. When we come on back, we're going to talk to Cash Lovett as well, climb into a little bit more on what this game means for Shador on Sunday and how people are going to view it. It's all coming your way in 5 minutes. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP right here on Afternoon Drive.
I'm Jody Mack with a Sports Minute. In the first 54 iterations of the Super Bowl, the winner had to be victorious in a new type game. But Super Bowl 55, Tampa Bay Buccaneers won a home game at Raymond James.
Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Michael Markoch.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Jake Vulinec with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Coming up here in about 60 minutes, we're going to get to the lead. Plus, at 4:40, I find myself in the same predicament every time this time of year. Might make me a bad person. Just saying. But plenty to talk about before that. We're going to get into what this game means for Shador. But before we do...
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Cash Lovett joining us now. Cash, we just got done listening to Jake Murren's terrible Christmas movie takes last segment. What is your favorite Christmas movie?
Believe it or not, I'm a little bit old school. The claymation Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is going to be my favorite one.
See, I like this. I like these developments. A Year Without Santa Claus, also very good. I like these.
You know, and then obviously the number two, it is a Christmas movie. Die Hard, it's got everything that you want.
Die Hard's a good movie. I'm against the Die Hard being a Christmas movie, but that's a debate for another day. I'll accept. I'll let this one lie. I'm going to let you have it. I'm going to let you have it for today. I don't want to get into that debate today, but a lot of stuff coming up here, Cash. Obviously, plenty of football. When we're on the topic of Christmas movies, a lot of NFL games coming up tomorrow. I'll tell you right now, I'm not even going to compare NBA, NFL. I'm going to tell you what the games that are on that slate. Would you rather watch that or a Christmas movie?
Christmas movie. Let's go ahead with all the everything that we've seen come from all these injuries and stuff. Like Netflix has got to be just crying, right? I mean, obviously crying in the bundles of money.
Yeah, I mean, not so bad. They're still going to make a ton of money. A ton of people are going to tune in, but not good football. Not good football being played tomorrow. A lot of backup quarterbacks, third-string quarterbacks. We don't like that. All right, Cash, let's take a look at some of these games, though. Let's get into some of these. We'll start with the Browns coming up on Sunday. Steelers at Browns. I got 2 games, and I've had 3 wins so far this season. Are you bringing me good news or bad news?
Probably bad news, as I think I've been wrong on the Browns for the past 7 weeks, but I'm going with the Browns on the money line. Like, Pittsburgh just lost DK. They're not really going to have much of a passing attack. Who better to break the sack record against than a rival that Myles Garrett has had some, let's say, controversial things against with old Pittsburgh? Let's go ahead, ruin their season, get one more win on the season. Browns money line plus 140.
I like it. I'm all in on this. This is what I like to hear. This is the change, right? Normally you're in with Nick and JP. I don't know, something there might just be off. We're in today, Cash. This is going to be the time you get it right. We're gonna end on a happy note here.
Yes, we are.
College football, obviously, right around the corner. College football playoffs, but New Year's Eve before we get there, we got to watch Ohio State beat Michigan. Obviously, Michigan going through things of their own. Before the college football playoffs start and we see Ohio State play, Michigan takes on the preseason Don champions of Texas, who are not in the college football playoffs. Do Ohio State fans get to be happy and watch Michigan lose one more time?
Look, this is my last week on. Obviously, I'm going to have to do Texas. We are 7-point favorites. We are absolutely going to destroy Michigan. We've played them the last 3 times, twice in the Rose Bowl, once last year, and it's just not even a competition. Michigan is going to get buried by more than 7, and they're going to be left wondering, are they a premier program by the end of this game?
That's what I like to hear. No head coach in sight. We just got to keep pushing that one down the road. Keep kicking the can. We're perfectly fine with it over here.
Absolutely. Barcelona was going to say he's going to play for nobody, and they're going to continue losing 3 to 4 games each and every year.
I like it. Obviously, on very shortly after that, Ohio State gets to play in the college football playoffs. Miami getting, I struggled to call it much of an upset win, but it was an upset win in the first round of the college football playoffs. Did you see anything from Miami to give them hope against the Buckeyes and Julian Sayin and crew?
I did. And this might just be a little bit of the hater in me, but I like Miami on the money line just as a value play at plus 280. Ohio State struggled against a tough Texas rush defense and just defense in general. Julian Sand played it very safe. Ryan Day is already demoted Brian Hartline. I'm going to be interested to see if he gets a little tight while he's calling these plays. So hopefully it's nothing too big. It seems about neutral travel right there in Texas. I'm going to say Miami on the money line plus 280 as a value play.
All right, Cash, I'm sorry. I have to take back the part where you said you were going to be right on the Browns. I'll sacrifice a win in the 3-12 to get Ohio State to the next round. I have to take it back. I can't root for a Browns win over an Ohio State playoff win. Just doesn't work that way.
We don't have to get all five. We're playing a little bit of value here, trying to get back up at the end of the season. Like, I had to go big on the last one.
Listen, I can't blame you, all right? As a gambling man, I cannot blame you for chasing a good money line.
Absolutely.
Yeah, more college football playoffs, obviously, in the mix. Oregon, Texas Tech. Oregon had a cakewalk of a first matchup against the group of five. Texas Tech was awaiting, pretty much knew it was going to be Oregon. Was the tune-up game enough for the Ducks?
For me, it was not. All I've heard is people talk about how fantastic Oregon looked playing against just a JV squad. Like, I absolutely love James Madison. I'm not mad that they got in over Texas and everybody else, Notre Dame. But they were just so small. They couldn't move the ball. Oregon kept the quarterback in the entire game, Dante Moore. I don't think that they've seen a defense like Texas Tech, even playing against Indiana. They're going to be able to shut it down, destroy the running game. Texas Tech on the money line, plus 105.
All right. And last one, Cash, Alabama, Kalen DeBoer did look good against Oklahoma in the first one. Obviously, Indiana coming off being the number one ranked team for the first time in program history, won the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. Is Alabama and Kalen DeBoer, is this going to be the upset story, the prime upset story that people are looking at in the college football playoffs?
To me, it will be the second upset story, as we already have Miami advancing, and I think the Big Ten is about to get absolutely shut out. This one, again, is just, if we looked at this at the beginning of the season and said Alabama is getting 7 points to Indiana, I don't think that there's anybody not laying the plus 7. Like, it's just an absolutely insane thing for me to look at. Alabama's going to be able to throw the ball all over Indiana. I think they're going to struggle a little bit. As we saw, they put up 13 points against Ohio State. They put up, I think, 16 against Iowa. Alabama has a defense that is on par with those, with a better offense. Coming out with DeBoer, give me Alabama on the money line, plus 200. Again, just an absolute value play that I can't turn down.
I love the chasing. I love it. I love going after the plus money lines. I was doing some of that myself yesterday. I made very little money doing so, but I did make money, so that's the plus.
There we go.
That's what we like, right, Cash?
Yeah, I mean, if we hit 2 of these, then we're already sitting pretty.
That's what I like to hear. All right, I always appreciate you jumping in, giving us the thoughts. It was good to have you on this year. We did get to talk multiple times this year, so that was good. And holiday season, I do hope you enjoy your holidays.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute blast, and hopefully we're able to get something together next year.
No doubt about it. Appreciate it, Cash.
All right, go Army.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
All right, that was Cash. I mean, a lot of upset picks. I mean, I don't love a little plus money, okay? I'm not going to lie. As a gambling man, I love a little plus money. I'm out on the Ohio State. It's Ohio State till we die. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I liked a little plus money, too. And like Alabama in there, so I like that. But I do want to get back to Browns. Cash was high on them. But this is obviously a big game for Shador. And I think in a lot of ways, this game does kind of change the perspective that we have in going through and looking at what this is going to be, right? Because, again, I think a lot of people are in the same idea of Week 18 is going to be what people fear that this week could be with the Ravens' loss, which is no Joe Burrow, no Jamar Chase, no T. Higgins. They basically sit anybody of consequence, and they go through and what are you really gaining out of that? It's a terrible defense to begin with, and then if they're sitting people down, it's hard to get a true evaluation. It's been hard to get one with this offense and how bad the line's been. It's also hard to get one when the defense that's out there is not basically anything to fear. And it's even less than one of the worst defenses in the NFL already, to the point where I think this game does become, in a lot of people's eyes, and very much so unfairly, probably a referendum for Shador Sanders. Like, a lot of people have their minds kind of made up, but I think anybody that's sitting in the middle right now is going to use this game to determine, okay, here's what we have. Here's what it's going to be, and this is going to be our final test. Because if you're going to throw out Week 18, I think a lot of people are going to latch on to this idea of this was the last time that I saw Shador play. And people are going to be able to run with the fact of, all right, well, you throw away Week 18. If Shador played really well, well, of course we should go through and just continue this thing in the positive direction and say, hey, just keep moving forward with it, right? Like, don't worry about drafting a quarterback. Look how good he looked against the Steelers. You want to see more of that in an offseason to improve. And I think there's going to be a lot of people on the other side that if this game comes out and Shador does not look great in it, that a lot of people are going to be left with a sour taste in their mouth. And it's going to be, well, there you go, playing a divisional opponent. There you go, playing a divisional opponent whose defense has been better as of late, but is a year across the board, haven't been all that good. Is that something that we can run forward with? And this is where everybody's going to get it wrong. Like, Sunday can't become a referendum. Week 18 can't become a referendum. The Bills game, you can't pick out one singular game out of this sample size and make your decision. Like, if you listen to Overtime, you know I'm a Shador fan. I like Shador Sanders. If it was up to me in 2026, yes, I would be moving forward with Shador as my quarterback. Not just because I actually have faith in him, but also because, my God, you need some help on the offensive side of the ball outside of quarterback as well. But I think that if you don't just take the entire body of work and you go, okay, let's take a look at what he's done, and you break down the fact that, yeah, there's been improvements every week. No, it's not a linear progression. Yes, there's some bumps in the road. Is he a perfect quarterback? I wouldn't have said that going into this draft, and I'm certainly not saying it, coming out of this year. I also think that you just look around, it's like, if you pick out and you want to cherry pick games, there's arguments to be made in every single direction on this. Like, you can pick out the Chicago game. Every Shador denier is going to have that game, pulled up and be like, well, look at this. Best defense that he played in the entire time that he was playing. If this is what happened. And I'm sure everyone on the Shador side is going to pull up the Tennessee game and go, how many rookie quarterbacks threw for 364 yards and accounted for 4 touchdowns? To the point where, like, okay, those games cancel each other out. Like, you had a really bad game and you had a really good game. That's okay. That's what's going to happen, not just among rookie quarterbacks, but among quarterbacks in this league. There's going to be great games that you play, and there's going to be really bad games that you play. And that goes for guys who are competing for NFL MVPs all the way down to, I was going to bring up Max Brosmer, but I don't know that we're actually going to see a good Max Brosmer game ever in his career. So we're not going to go there. But you take your low-end starters. There's going to be good games, and there's going to be bad games. It's about the entire body of work. This cannot become a referendum of Shador in one game, and you can't cherry pick your game. You look at the entire thing. And again, I think what you're looking at right now is at the very least, you're going to walk away from this. If Shador plays even just fine in the next 2 games, you're going to walk away saying it's intriguing to see more. Right? I like the idea of potentially seeing what Shador has. Doesn't mean that 100% you're not drafting a quarterback, but I think if you walk away from these, if these 2 games aren't bad and you just go, there's no chance I'm moving forward with that, I mean, I think you're basically just looking for a reason not to see it. But that's the body of work. That's not just the Titans game. That's not anything in particular. That's looking at the 5 games he's played so far and saying, yeah, I'm interested. Let's see how the draft shakes out. 216-474-0092. Will Sunday be viewed as a referendum for Shador Sanders? Plus, we have Daryl Ryder on coming up at 5:20, and he was on this morning alongside Lance Reislin. And I don't know necessarily I can agree with his take on Kevin Stefanski. It's coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Jake Vulinec filling in for Nick and JP right here on Afternoon Drive.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it
The Fan.
This report is brought to you by the Ohio Turnpike.
This update, a service of the Ohio Turnpike. We're reminding you this holiday season to wear your seatbelt, obey the speed limit, put your phone down, drive sober, and please give our snowplow drivers plenty of room to work. Let's all have a safe, wonderful holiday.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Vulinec. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. Jake Vulinec with you guys here in for Nick and JP on a beautiful Christmas Eve. Once again, a happy holidays to everybody. And plenty of conversations to be had. We were talking about Shador. We have Daryl Ryder coming up here in about 60 minutes. The lead going to be coming up here at 5 o'clock. But Daryl not only joining us, but was also on this morning. And alongside Lance Reisland, having a conversation about what this season is, Kevin Stefanski's job security. We've talked a little bit about that at the beginning of the show, but Daryl added into it and took a line that I think there's fair rebuttal to say that it's not Kevin's fault. Does Kevin deserve to be fired? There is fair rebuttal to that, but I think Daryl took it a step farther than I'm willing to say is that fair rebuttal.
Right now, I think they're going to fire Kevin. I think they're going to scapegoat him. I can't defend the indefensible. Like, he's had some really bad coaching moments. But at the same time, man, I feel for the guy. And everything, like, it's hard to coach here. It's hard to win here. And it's harder than it should be. I feel bad for him. He's done good work here.
So there's parts that I agree with. But when Daryl goes in and slaps the scapegoat title on top of it, that's the part where I start to disagree. Like, I don't think you have a scapegoat for the situation that is here. I mean, if you want to use... No, I'm trying to think of one. I don't have one. There is no scapegoat. There's nobody that you could fire here that's like, oh, and they just got thrown under the bus. Anybody who is fired here in this offseason, among Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, Bubba Ventrone, the entire offensive staff, anybody pretty much within the front office, although I'm not going to throw you all in there because I don't know exactly what you do, but I'm sure there's people in there that you could just fire, and it's with great cause. Like, no, Andrew Berry could be fired today, and Andrew Berry would make sense that he's gone. You did not put together a good enough offense for this team to compete. Same things for Kevin. Like, there's no scapegoat moment. He's got a sub-500 record in Cleveland. He's gone through and won 6 games over the last 2 years. Guys, this is what the head coaching position is. This is the reality of what we look at in the NFL. If you can't go out there and you can't consistently put together wins, you're fired. Again, was Kevin handed the best situation in the world? Absolutely not. If Andrew's here and Kevin's gone, is Kevin getting the raw end of the deal? Probably a little bit. But to act like anybody involved in this entire situation is just a complete scapegoat of it all is also ridiculous. Like, there is no scapegoat in this situation. Kevin went through, and did I expect this offense to be bad? I did. I thought this offense was not going to be very good. The best chance they had at actually putting together a good offense this year lied in the hands of a 40-year-old quarterback and just reigniting a spark that was there previously, and a bunch of, older offensive linemen coming out and playing like they did 3 or 4 years ago, and everything just working out hunky-dory. That was your big hope for this year. But at the same time, I can't ignore the fact that the offense has been just god-awful. Like, since the start of the year. You have gone through and watched Joe Flacco, a guy who, as I just mentioned, had a ton of success here, go through and look like there was nothing he could do. And then I watched Dylan Gabriel play, the quarterback that you consciously took over the other rookie quarterback that you had, the guy that you consciously played over the other rookie quarterback that you had. As a head coach, no matter what the front office is telling you, that is your decision. You have ultimate power over who plays and who does not. So you pick Dylan Gabriel to play over Shador. Dylan Gabriel did not look good, and the offense struggled mightily because of it. We're talking about 8 or 9 guys in the box every single time. You cannot press the ball down the field. Whether that's you handcuffing your quarterback or your quarterback not having the ability to press beyond that, you made those decisions. You can look around and say there's not enough talent. I can look around the NFL and find as deprived of talent offenses or debatably worse offenses. I'm going to look at the Tennessee Titans. There's not a whole lot there on offense. And I can look at those teams and go, it still feels at times that you were competing behind them. I mean, you literally did play a head-to-head matchup and lost that. You lost to Justin Fields, who didn't even put up 70 yards passing in a game. Like, these are just the type of things that, if you're looking at it, like, again, I can feel bad for you a little bit to the point of the roster that was put in front of you is not great and you're judged on the offensive performance. But to come out and play it this bad, and then for the offense, for you to sit there as an offensive play caller and a head coach to give up play calling once again this season, there's just not a ton of defense. Like, I talked about it when Kevin gave up the play calling. It's like, that's what you do well. That's the one thing that you've held on to. And I know you gave it up the year prior as well. But like, that's the one thing you've hung your hat on. Is like, this is what I do better than anybody else in the NFL. You giving that up does not scream success in being here next year unless you just take off, and there's still going to be a lot of questions even if this team gets a lot better after you give it up. But everything that he's done this year, yeah, the offense is bad. They've also just built a bad offensive system. An offensive system that does not have, on a week-to-week basis, a ton of chance to succeed until you get to what is legitimately supposed to be quarterback 4 on the season, who has given you the most flash of anybody who has gotten anything done here at the quarterback position this year. Like, again, there's moments to feel bad. There's also not. Like, Kevin's a head coach in the National Football League making millions of dollars to do his job. There is very little of me in those positions when a guy doesn't succeed and there's a chance he loses his job. There's very little of me that just feels bad. Like, there's a human aspect, of course, but you get paid a lot of money to do a good job, and when you don't do a good job, you lose that job. That is the nature of the league. That is the nature of basically any business that you walk into. You fail to perform, you're going to be judged on performance. You can talk about, it's a lot more process than, results, and we focus a lot more on that. Well, when the process does not end up getting the results, organizations are going to become very, very quickly stale of process-driven ideas, and we have to go through we're doing everything the right way, and we're going about this the right way. Yeah, but you're not winning football games. Again, everybody here could line up and be fired that is a part of that offense and a part of anything that had to do with the product of the team that they put on this year. You could practically just clean house outside of anybody on the defense, and you look around and you go, yeah, that's probably warranted. That was justified. It would have been warranted and justified a year ago. But let's not forget about the fact that there were people in this town, plenty, calling for Kevin's head a year prior. And there was reasonable cause. You could have just gone through and fired Kevin based on the results that you had in last year. This was an extra opportunity, essentially, in a lot of people's eyes for Kevin to go out and prove it. And you're going to walk away from this season with a maximum of 5 wins and an offense that looked worse than it did last year at times. Like, there needs to be progress. There needs to be something, an improvement. Like, we talk about it with the quarterback position. If you're just going to get worse and worse every single week, you're not going to have a job in the National Football League. You're not going to continue to be the starter for the team that you're on. The same thing with head coaches. If you go through and there is not an improvement, and sure, there will be up and down years as your roster changes, as things develop, you're going to have good years, you're going to have bad years. The coaches who survive those bad years are coaches who had previous success. Again, I point to Kevin Stefanski. You got to 2 playoffs. You won a playoff game. You got to survive 3-14 last year. When you start churning out bad performances over and over again, there should be nobody running to your defense to save your job in those moments. Like, again, I think Kevin's a great football coach. I do. I think he's a really good offensive mind. I think wherever he goes, there's a chance that he's going to have success, and there's a decent chance at it. The problem is that happens basically every year in the National Football League. We watch coaches get fired left and right. We watch coaches get second opportunities and do much better in the second opportunities. It's just the result that you get. Sometimes it's just not working where you're at, but I can't run to it and go, oh, Kevin's basically getting thrown under the bus for this entire situation. No, Kevin is being fired because Kevin's not winning enough football games. Andrew Berry could be fired this year because he's not winning enough football games. But Andrew has a positive to hang his hat on. That's also the difference in this situation. Like, the thing that is saving Andrew Berry's job is the fact that you went through in this draft class and you selected, 4 legitimate talents, no question about it, and then added on top of it Dylan Sampson and, the question mark of Shador Sanders. Not bad pieces to have on top. Like, that's a pretty good garnish to the meal that you built if you're Andrew Berry. But I look around, it's like, I can't point to positive things that Kevin has done this year that are reason to save his job. Like, even if I'm trying to hold out for the glimmer of hope, it has been the same stale message over and over again. And I know as fans, we get sick of listening to Kevin Stefanski's press conference. I would imagine even as an organization at times, like, you like the fact that he goes up there and says the right things at the podium, but you're not really answering for any of the flaws that this team has. You're not describing how this team's going to get better. And clearly, the behind the closed doors process is also not getting it done either. This team can continue to come out and play hard and look like they want to win games, but until you start doing it, there's nothing safe. Kevin's in charge of the offense. He brought in, once again, he basically got Alex Van Pelt ripped out from under him and had to hire Ken Dorsey. Okay. All right, well, you got rid of Ken Dorsey and you got to bring in a guy that you hired onto the staff in Tommy Rees, and the offense didn't get better. Right? You brought in several quarterbacks that you thought were going to make it better. You got the opportunity. I imagine Kevin had to have liked at least, or loved at least one of the quarterbacks they drafted in this class and had to have at least somewhat liked both of them. Not to mention 2 veteran quarterbacks, which just flat out fit. Joe had success. Kenny is a guy who looks like he would fit into a Kevin Stefanski offense just based on I can get the ball out quickly. I'm not going to make a ton of mistakes. That works, right? Like, that works in an offense built by Kevin Stefanski. You got your opportunities. You got your shots. They didn't build this thing perfectly for you, but they gave you a fighting chance for it to look better than it did in the previous season. You didn't deliver on the result. Again, I can't sit here and make excuses for it. I can't sit here and run to the defense of somebody who just does not produce. And quite frankly, again, good football coach. But if you look around and you go, that football coach needs a ton of talent around him to succeed. And there's a lot of questions about what that football coach is doing on a team that clearly needs their offense rebuilt, on an offense that is not just going to have great players on it next year. There is no guarantee that bringing Kevin Stefanski back is going to do anything for you. Even if you draft a good pass catcher and you've managed to find a left tackle, it doesn't fix every problem on this offense. You're still going to be weak at offensive line unless they just spend a boatload of money that they don't have to rebuild that offensive line. And even your pass catcher room, even if you get a wide receiver 1, unless you are drafting, current JSN, or you are drafting, the next coming of Julio Jones or Calvin Johnson or something of that ilk, the offense is still going to go through its bumps and its struggles. Like, go through the last year's draft, weak wide receiver draft, I understand. Ted McMillan looks really good right now. Could very well win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I think is the favorite to do so right now. It's not like Tet's having a breakout season. It's not like Tet's, lighting the league on fire. He's good. He's solid. Doesn't fix all the problems that they have. Like, it is not just a simple fix. You don't just get to run it back. And if this team is still starved of talent in this isn't going to be a premier top 10 offense in the National Football League, quite frankly, I don't have 2 years to wait on Kevin Stefanski. I can't give you 8 years worth of leash just because we brought in a quarterback and it failed and we haven't been able to figure out anything since. That is not a defense of a guy who has won 6 games in 2 years. There's no guarantee that the next coach you bring in is going to do any better, but there's no guarantee that Kevin is either. There's at least a variable of maybe this coach can get more out of the players that are on the roster than Kevin is currently getting. Sometimes taking that chance on a what if is a little bit better than taking that chance on I probably know the answer here and I probably know what the result's going to be. 216-474-0092. Should Kevin Stefanski be considered a scapegoat if he's fired? Plus, I might just be a bad person because every single time we get to this point in the year, I end up in the same predicament. It's coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Afternoon Drive. Jake in for Nick and JP.
Behind the scenes footage of
216-474-0092. Should Kevin Stefanski be considered a scapegoat if he is fired at the end of the season? To which I just look at this team and think, there's no scapegoat here. Like, I just can't look around and find somebody that is to blame. Singularly, that doesn't deserve it at this point. Like, if you're going to be fired, you have done more than your part at this point under this long tenure with this regime to probably just be fired. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not how I can sit here and operate, is just act like anybody's been, given a completely raw deal. You've had 6 seasons. And things started out great and almost have progressively gotten worse as time has gone on. And Andrew Berry's connected to that, no doubt about it. But Kevin has his own control in some of those areas too. Like, I'm not going to act like Deshaun Watson was a great quarterback when he was here. Kevin also failed to work with that quarterback. Kevin has failed to work with quarterbacks that, he's succeeded with one type of quarterback so far, which is your typical pocket passer, can get the ball out quickly, can run a more, West Coast adapted style of offense, and has not been able to run it with any other type of quarterbacks right now. It's like there's a failure to adapt. There's a failure to succeed with what is in front of you. And I can't help but look at other coaches in the NFL that their offense isn't perfect, and it's certainly a lot better than it is here, but have gone through years of bad offense and have been able to turn that around, have been able to figure out something that works a little bit better in their offense to keep them competitive in football games. Right now, this team has failed to be competitive in a lot of the games that they have played. Obviously, Sunday against Buffalo, big props up to you. Defense did a lot of work there in the second half especially. They did a much better job at defending the run than they did in the first half, and a great job to keep Josh Allen in check. Like, yeah, the offense was better there. They weren't better much at the beginning of the season. When Dylan was playing, they weren't much better. Like, you have your opportunities. You have your chances in this league. It's not always going to be completely fair. You got to make the most of it. And when you don't, you line up and start trying to find another job, which Kevin will probably find just fine. He's a good coach, just not here right now. But again, 216-474-0092. I want to get out to you guys. Let's go to Kurt is in Cleveland. What's going on, Kurt?
Hey, man, you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Jake, if they fire Kevin Stefanski, they will be the laughing stock in the NFL. You don't even fire coaches like that. You try coaches, you don't even fire them. You got to trade them. That's number one. And number two, if you, like Mike Tomlin said it from the get-go when they traded Joe Flacco after 4 games, they're telling Stefanski, we're not trying to win. We want you to start 2 rookies in 2/3 of the season, a 5th-round pick and a 3rd-round pick. And now if you turn around and fire that guy after that season with more rookies than any team in the league, you're not going to get no quality coach to come to work for you. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The firing Kevin Stefanski will be the dumbest thing in the Browns. They'd be dumber than Tennessee firing Mike Vrabel after he won coach here twice, had 2 bad seasons, and now look at him in New England. You don't fire coaches like that. It's idiotic. It's stupid, and the Browns are doing it.
I mean, Kurt, I disagree, and I appreciate the call. Like, one, I don't think you turn around. I think I know why Joe Flacco was traded away, and that's because I think we were watching Shador be QB3, and this is a team who wanted to see their 2 rookie quarterbacks. And yes, it's not exactly a product of wanting to see a ton of wins. Joe had already been benched. Like, Joe was not coming back to save the season at any point. That was very clear and obvious. Everybody gets hung up on that, and I think it does show a fracture in the organization. There's no doubt about it. Like, there was a disconnect between Kevin and Andrew and what they wanted to happen in that situation. But I think Andrew was on the side of, we drafted Shador for a reason, and if Dylan doesn't play well, we'd like Shador to play, and we'd like to see both quarterbacks this year. If Joe is going to be the thing that roadblocks us to seeing that, then Joe is going to be traded. And by the way, I have a 40-year-old quarterback and get a 5th-round pick for. Like, as a GM, you feel pretty good about that fact. Especially for a team who, at that point in the season, you probably had a good feeling wasn't going to win a ton of games this year.
So the Browns have, 10 draft picks next year?
They might have gone down to 9. It's somewhere in that range.
The idea that no one would take the Browns job, like, I'm not saying it would be like the cream of the crop. Like, that's probably the Giants, maybe like Arizona or Atlanta if that comes available. But the idea that no one's going to take the Browns job, like, you're going to have a chance to take a quarterback probably in the top 2 of the draft, or stick with Shador and build a roster around it. You got one of the best defenses in the league with what's going to be the defensive player of the year and the defensive rookie of the year. Someone's taking that job 100%.
I think we devalue how much this job actually is set up, not necessarily to win next year, but set up for you to very quickly get back on the rise. Like, you have a ton of draft picks. You have things to build the offense. The defense is already basically built in place for you. You have to worry about one side of the ball, say, hey, me and the GM got to get on the same page. We got to get some good players in here. We can turn this thing around, especially if, again, if you have a 5th-round quarterback that ends up being your starter, this is a great starting point. Even if it's just for next year, if he can hold the fort down and play well, and we'll go get a guy next year, the following season in 2027 to actually be the franchise quarterback, that is still a really good leaping block to, oh, well, the cap's a little bit of a mess right now, but you fast forward 2 years, caps won't be so much of a mess. Plus, the other side of this is like, I understand the stigma that is attached to the Haslam ownership group. And I talked about this earlier. They did just give a GM and a head coach a 6-year runway while not finding a ton of success, making the playoffs twice. If you don't think that's attractive to a head coach, you don't think that job security and getting a longer leash is something that a head coach would be attracted to for a potential new job, you're crazy. Like, they're dying for that.
Also, it's not even just that, but the Haslams will do whatever it takes to win.
You're not going to have to worry about money being spent.
They're going to give you every single resource possible. Now, yes, they may meddle a little bit, but they're going to still give you every single resource possible. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have Cincinnati, where you have the quarterback in place, but they don't even know if they can keep him at this point?
And you certainly don't have a defense. You don't have an offensive line for said quarterback. You got him 2 weapons. Congratulations. Like, that's what you have.
Exactly.
I would imagine that's a more attractive situation. Again, would you like to work with Joe Burrow if you're a prospective head coach? Of course you would. But, there are just things that line up in this that, yes, this job would be, I'm not going to say it's highly coveted, but there's going to be people who would line up and take this job. There's no doubt about it. And there's going to be good coaches. There's going to be, lesser coaching candidates as well. There will be people online to take a Browns job if it does come open. It is not just going to be an end-all, cannot happen, won't happen type of situation. All right, real quick, let's go back out to the phones. John is in Vegas. What's going on, John?
Hey, buddy, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
I'm all right, man. I'm going a little crazy. I've never been more disappointed in Cleveland media than I have this week. Last week, 4th quarter, team's driving the field. Running game is humming. Rocket Sanders moving the ball. Stefanski, what does he and Reese do? They call the exact same trick play they called earlier in the game. Put the team behind the chains, absolutely killed the drive, momentum. Any chance at winning from that point on was just shot. And this is the first time I think it's been on the airwaves this week. I could be wrong. Correct me if I am. If it was, there should not be a conversation about whether Stefanski should keep a job or not, because he does that stuff every single week. Anyways, love you, man. Merry Christmas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep, happy holidays, John. Appreciate the call. I mean, listen, there's things that I can point to on a week-in, week-out basis, and some of them are just the fact that Bubba Ventrone is still employed, and that's a Kevin Stefanski decision. Like, if you want to fire somebody on your coaching staff, as a head coach, you have every right to fire somebody on your coaching staff. There's something I can point to basically every week that's like, did Kevin do this perfectly? No. Could he have done better? Yes. Is it what led you to losing? It might very well be. You can point to it every single time. It does bug you. And I don't know that anybody's highlighted that specific idea earlier on this week, but it does feel like that's a reoccurring problem as well. Like, coaches are going to make mistakes. Coaches are going to coach you out of games at times. They're going to coach you into games at times. It's just, within these last moments, it feels like, as we go week after week, Shador's thrown for 364 yards, accounted for 4 touchdowns. 2-point play, 2-point conversion. Again, would have worked if executed properly, but you pulled the guy off the field. Like, it just feels like there's a lack of feel for the moment. It feels like every time that I'm watching Kevin coach right now in Cleveland, I'm just being reminded of reasons why it's just not working here. Like, there is just a disconnect between what you need to do. There's a mental block between what you used to do and what worked as a head coach and what is currently working here. Kevin has it as an idea that this team cannot turn the ball over. They need to protect it beyond all costs. It's true. They do need to protect the ball. They need to put the defense in a good position. But, like, the Browns have been most competitive while playing the quarterback that has arguably turned it over more than any of the quarterbacks they've just played this year prior. I know Joe was throwing picks. Joe was playing a very conservative game of football. It's not like he was just airing the ball out. And they've played their most competitive brand of football, something I've been screaming since week 1. Yeah, you need to go and you need to fix that. You need to make those improvements. But I just haven't seen it. Like, you have to be willing to take the risk. Every single time that I watch a quarterback play, if he's going to play a scared game of football, you are not going to win. Interceptions are not the worst thing on the planet. This team has been coached up offensively to do the one thing that has practically shot themselves in the foot week after week of losing ball games where your defense keeps you competitive, but the offense just has no juice. That's not just on talent. That's also based on scheme. That's based on play calling and everything else. There's things you can do as a head coach to manufacture plays and manufacture yards. Kevin has not done a great job at it. All right, let's leave that there. When we come back, we're going to bring Jake Byrne back into the mix because we get to the lead in 5 minutes right here. It's Afternoon Drive with Jake in for Nick and JP.
Tip-off from Madison Square Garden will be tomorrow at noon. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder's set to join us coming up here at 5:20. It's Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP today on Afternoon Drive. Again, a happy holidays to everybody. I will say shout out to the YouTube chat. I have been reading you guys' comments throughout the day. A lot of nice words in there, so I appreciate you guys a lot. Also, some really good and interesting conversations happening in the YouTube chat. It's always, you guys are wild. That's all I'm going to get to on that point. That's all I'm going to get to. But let's go ahead and get started with the lead. And we start, 7-time Pro Bowler Joel Bitonio spoke with the media today. He made his case for Kevin Stefanski to keep his job as the Browns head coach.
I think he's a good coach in the NFL. You know, I think he's a good football coach. We have not won, and he will tell you firsthand, like, winning matters in this league, and we haven't done that. But as a coach goes, I have the highest respect for him, what he's done here. And it's, you know, I know it is what for you done now, but, like, we've been to 2 playoff games. We've had winning records. We've been competitive. Is it where we're at, you know, right now? We don't want to be there. But I think if we get the right pieces and we keep improving, like, I think that's a guy you can build around. You know, 2-time coach of the year, like, he has respect of his peers. He's even killed. I think you saw it this last week. Like, the team is motivated to play. Like, we're trying to win games. I think he has respect in the locker room. I think it's just a guy you keep around and you build around. And, you know, that would be my focus if I was, you know, in charge of that.
All right, Jake, there are a couple points here from Joel Bitonio that I actually do agree with. I agree that in general, Kevin Stefanski is a good coach. And of course, any coach would be better with better pieces around him. That's obvious. But I also think it is important that he hasn't necessarily lost the locker room, or at least it doesn't look like that, because they did respond well after that Bears disastrous loss that looked like it could have been trending that way, and to rebound the way they did against the Bills. But if you're going to make the case for Kevin Stefanski to keep his job, that's about all you have to go to. There are way more reasons why he should be fired, because these 6 years haven't produced the results that anybody here in town would have hoped for.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think there is a point to, like, not losing the locker room is a big thing. Like, I think that does speak to the fact that Kevin is a good coach too. Like, the fact that you have 3 wins now in back-to-back seasons, and a lot of guys who are playing on both of these teams, especially on the defensive side of the ball, they were here last year, and they're still out there playing hard. Like, to hold the Bills to 23 in that game was still very impressive. But again, there's not much of an argument to be made. Like, I think Ashley kind of hit it on the head when we talked about this, when it was specific to the Joel conversation.
Yeah.
What else does Joel Bitonio really have to compare to it in the National Football League? Like, he really hasn't played under a very successful head coach. Like, he's gone through Hugh Jackson, he's gone through Freddie Kitchens, where sometimes you look at those guys and go, well, there's a reason that they're not coaching in the National Football League right now. Yeah, Kevin's a hell of a lot better than those guys. And it's the same argument that a lot of people in this town make to keep Kevin is, well, look at what they had previously. He's a hell of a lot better than that, and a hell of a lot better than the Browns have been in the last 26 years. It's like, that can be true and also have a lot of reason to still go through and fire Kevin.
And in Joel Bitonio's experience, I'm sure he appreciates the tenure that Kevin Stefanski has had, and I'm sure he's been right there along with him with those ups and downs over the last 6 years, whether it's winning a playoff game or having what's about to be back-to-back 3-win seasons. He's been there for all of it. Maybe he's back next year and wants Stefanski to stay. I don't buy that argument. I've seen that on social media after this clip surfaced, but like I said, he's just making the last-ditch effort to make the case for Stefanski to save his job that I just don't think is there and dwindling day by day.
Yeah, like, again, it makes sense. Like, Joel's found his most success under Kevin. Is like team-wide success as an offensive line. They found the most success while Kevin was here. So you go to bat for your guy. I got a ton of respect for it. That's the best coach that Joel's played for. The Browns have found the most success under him. I totally get it. I don't think Joel's coming back. I don't think there's a chance in hell. I mean, I'm hearing about Joel Bitonio not being able to walk upstairs on Tuesdays. there's no chance that guy's coming back. He's going to make his case for a guy that was there for him and certainly allowed Joel to continue to do his job and do it at a high level. I get it. It's just you can't continue to work through it.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joined the show today at 3:20, as she does every Wednesday here on Afternoon Drive. She thinks that Andrew Berry will be back next season regardless of how these last two games go.
I think we're still in that wait and see mode. And look, I think in theory, maybe they might have an idea, but we'll still have to wait and see how these last couple of weeks go. And look, the Bills game for me is an interesting example, right? Because I thought the Browns they obviously lose that game, but they kept it closer mostly than anyone would give them credit for. I still am of the mind, I think Andrew Berry is going to be here regardless. And I think especially this past draft class really helped solidify it because he just absolutely nailed it along with this front office. And I think with Kevin Stefanski in the coaching situation, we're still just going to have to kind of wait and see how things play out.
See, I get really torn on this because I think you have all the reason in the world to fire Andrew if you wanted to, and he could be out of here. At the same time, when you basically give a guy a pass for Deshaun Watson and then you come back and you walk in here and go, okay, you're now being evaluated from here on out, and understand that the leash is probably short, and you go through and you nail a draft class, it's well, if I'm firing you, I'm almost firing you mostly for the things that you've done the previous 5 years that I just gave you a pass for. I think Andrew's going to be here. I don't necessarily know that it's the best move for the Browns. I don't know that it's the right move, but I can see the line of thinking as of why.
Yeah, I guess I can too, and it ultimately relies on this strong rookie class that everybody goes back to when it comes to Andrew Berry's job security, right? I agree that we're not going to find much more evidence in the last two games to keep or fire either Andrew Berry or Kevin Stefanski. I think those decisions should be made or will be close to being made already. But when it comes to Andrew Berry's future with the Browns, I just don't understand how people have looked at his tenure here and just crossed out the first couple years and have only looked at this past draft class as a reason to keep him moving forward.
I think the problem is that the Browns kind of crossed out the first few years, right? Of okay, we're bringing you back. And I do think that these swing and a miss comments on Deshaun, Jimmy basically said you can put that one on me.
That's an insane mulligan, though.
I know.
I can't defend the Deshaun Watson trade. How much does that impact Andrew Berry's ability to draft, develop, and create a very good wide receiver core or a strong offensive line? The Deshaun Watson trade didn't force Andrew Berry to draft Dillon Gabriel 2 rounds before a clearly more talented Shador Sanders. It didn't force him to draft 2 running backs. Dylan Sampson, I'm sorry, but that kind of looks like a waste right now when we could use more depth on the offensive line when all those contracts expire this offseason. There's no excuse for those 2 position groups to look as bad as they are right now. But hey, he had a really good draft class last year. Let's keep him moving forward. I just don't get it. I can't get behind it.
Yeah, I do think that as much as there is positive on the draft class, you can also just not ignore the negatives. Your swing tackle is Cornelius Lucas, who was a healthy scratch for the last few weeks before some injuries happened. The wide receiver room, they just did nothing to bolster other than, hey, Isaiah Bond, come on in.
And I know we'll hear from him in just a minute, but Chris Rose today on Baskin and Phelps even said today that Andrew Berry, the best offensive lineman he has drafted, is Jed Wills. That's all you have to know.
It'd be between him and DeWand, and DeWand hasn't been healthy enough probably to take that, so you're probably not wrong. Speaking of, Chris Rose on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked what he needs to see from Shador Sanders to be convinced that he's the Browns' answer coming up here in 2026.
I don't know. The only question that we need to answer is he going to be better than either of the 2 quarterbacks who the Browns might have a chance to take? And that's it. That's the only question because there's nobody else. I don't think we're going to trade for a Mac Jones. So the question is he going to be better than a Heisman Trophy winner at Indiana or a guy who started 1 season at Oregon? And that's the only question you have to answer as far as the quarterback. That's it. I don't care about the stuff. Well, he's definitely better than Dillon Gabriel. Got it. Check that box. That's not what I'm looking for. That crap does not register. Is he better than the 2 guys who are available at the draft? And I can't answer that after 2 more games necessarily.
So I love that we're putting the Dillon Gabriel versus Shador Sanders conversation behind us. Thank Thank God that is no longer the debates that are on these airwaves.
You didn't enjoy that for 10 weeks?
I did not, because it's so clear now, after 5 starts of Shador Sanders, that he's clearly more talented than Dylan Gabriel. Always has been, always will be. But when it comes to the Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore storylines that will dominate these airwaves over the next couple of months, man, I can't wait to see what these two quarterbacks do in the college football playoff. And I'm sure we're going to be comparing every single one of those performances to what we've seen from Shador Sanders with the Browns.
I'm excited to see how both of them play, but I do think that there's more to this conversation than is Shador better than Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore, vice versa. I do think there's also the other aspect of it's not just whether or not Shador is better than them. To use a top pick like that is to say, okay, that is my franchise quarterback for the next, 4 years at least, is what you're hoping for, right? He has to at least get me through the next 4 years. I'm using a top, I will say 5 for safety reasons, not 5 pick to draft one. I think it more boils down to the fact that it has to be better. Drafting that quarterback needs to be better than drafting or keeping Shador and drafting whatever piece that you would take at that pick alongside of Shador. Like, we can't just act like it's one quarterback versus the other. It's a quarterback plus whatever that pick would be without taking the other quarterback. I think that's the thing that's missed. And that's where I struggled to look at Mendoza and Moore very early on. I've not dug deep into the tape. I'm not acting like I have. But the things I've seen, that's where I struggled to look at it and go, that guy is undoubtedly better than if I gave Shador a weapon or a left tackle or another offensive line. Like, any of that, that's where I struggle to see it right now.
Browns offensive coordinator and play caller Tommy Rees also spoke with the media today. He was asked about his expectations for Shador Sanders on Sunday against the Steelers.
Yeah, I just think continue on the right progression that he's on right now. Continue to make good decisions. Continue to focus on the areas that we're asking him to do. Find ways to move the football, find ways to score points. That's the quarterback's job. But to put expectations and put, those on him, we're just looking for good progression and making sure that each week there's improvement. Each week we're building upon what we've done. And again, find ways to score points and move the ball.
This is just such a Browns offensive answer. It really is. Like, I'm not going to say it's the wrong answer because as a coach and looking forward for, hey, I'm just trying to develop this guy, it is take steps forward. It is continue to progress, continue to do what you need to do. But at the same time, it's just kind of like a no duh. Like, yeah, obviously that's what you need to see out of him. Like, that's not what the fans need to see out of him. That's the part we can't miss. It's like, it's okay that this is the Browns' answer. And it's a correct answer for the organization. But you're not going to align with what the organization needs to see based on what we need to see because they're thinking, how do we get through the next 2 games? How do we get Shador being better? Not all the way forward to April right now of whether or not he's the guy. They're going to review that after it's already happened, not live in the moment.
Yeah, internally, I'm starting to think about what success looks like for Shador against the Steelers. And with only 2 games remaining, I think he has to look a lot more like he did against the Titans, or at least in those last 2 drives in that fourth quarter against Tennessee, than he did, obviously, against the Bears or last week against the Bills. I know we're seeing continued progression from him every single game. I just don't know if that little bit of progression we're seeing every single week is enough to keep him in the mix for that 2026 job. A lot of people are going to start looking at those guys like Mendoza, like Moore, as they attempt to make deep college football playoff runs. He needs to show more than especially what he did against the Bills, where his ADOT was super low, historically low. He needs to show more of those flashes like he did against Tennessee.
Yeah, the Bills specifically played. Like, there's a lot of Tampa 2 in that game that's going to stop the over-the-top stuff. I thought Shador did a good job to take the underneath and what was given to him and not force anything. There's part of me that, I need to see him continue to play better. I do think that the constant progression stuff, even the I'm getting better each and every week that I'm out there, I've seen him practice with the first team for 5 weeks. The fact that you've continued to get better and better does make me think, okay, what if I give you a full offseason? When does that progression stop, right? When does you're continually to get better every single week, every single day that you're out there, just getting better? You need to identify where the ceiling's at. And if you don't think the ceiling is high enough to compete with those 2 guys, that's kind of where you draw the line. Not even necessarily, it's kind of where it breaks for me. Is if you don't think the ceiling is high enough to go past those guys, period, and certainly to go past them next year, then you have your answer.
Yeah, I just think that if he continues to look the same or incrementally, just a tiny bit better every single week, then everybody's opinion now, whether you're for or against Shador Sanders, will be the exact same today as it will be in 2 weeks. And that might not be enough for the Browns to seriously consider or just flat out give him the starting job starting next season.
Yeah, it's going to determine where the Browns stand on that. Are you currently leaning Shador? You're not leaning Shador.
I actually am leaning Shador.
Okay,
I'd like to build around him in the draft. That is my ideal scenario for this offseason heading into the 2026 season, but a lot can change, especially for Shador. When it comes to these last two games, we've had those conversations to death about Stefanski and Barry. I think all eyes are on Shador.
All right, Jake, thanks for jumping in. Daryl Ryder, our Cleveland sports beat reporter, joins us coming up here in 5 minutes to help break down what he sees from the Browns and Kevin Stefanski being a scapegoat that he said earlier. Again, it's coming up in 5 minutes. Jake Vulinec in here on Afternoon Drive.
Hey, it's Dustin. River in Pinecrest offers something for everyone. Treat yourself or a loved one to a Woodhouse Spa gift card. WoodhouseSpas.com.
There's a broken down vehicle 71 south at Bagley on the right shoulder. Traffic is light southbound on 271 from Wilson Mills to Route 8. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ruiter recaps each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. So subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now and get all the latest from Daryl Ruiter on the Browns throughout the football season.
Right now, I think they're going to fire Kevin. I think they're going to scapegoat him. I can't defend the indefensible. Like, he's had some really bad coaching moments. But at the same time, man, I feel for the guy and everything. Like, it's hard to coach here. It's hard to win here. And it's harder than it should be. I feel bad for him. He's done good work here.
Jake Vulinec with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. That the voice you're hearing of the aforementioned Daryl Ruiter, who, let's waste no time. Our Cleveland Sports Beat reporter, Daryl Ruiter, brought to you courtesy of Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, happy holidays.
I stand by every word, even though he's very fireable.
Okay, that's it, Daryl. That's where I want to go. You use the word scapegoat. Now, you say he's fireable, so obviously, like, the record matches it. The offensive performance matches it. What leads you to using the word scapegoat in that situation?
Well, because Andrew Berry's probably keeping his job, and I think Andrew Berry needs to go too.
Is it really a scapegoat then?
Yeah. Because what has Andrew Berry done to make this team better? He's not exactly done a bang-up job with the quarterback room, not done a bang-up job with the offensive line, not done a bang-up job with the wide receivers. So, yeah, what's Andrew Berry done that's not as much of a fireable offense as Kevin Stefanski? So I'm treating these guys as they're a package deal. That's what we heard for 5 years. You know, hey, these guys are joined at the hip, they're thought partners, et cetera, et cetera. But now all of a sudden, no, Kevin's on an island by himself, and this is all his fault. No. They're both to blame for this disaster.
Now, Daryl, I'm with you on the fact that if it was up to me, I would fire them both. But in a way, doesn't it make sense that, like, Andrew Berry had something positive to hang his hat on? And I don't know how much credit we can really give him for the draft. One, because Paul DePodesta being involved, and we don't know how much that actually plays into it. And two, because, well, obviously, like you mentioned, the offensive line, the wide receiver room, all was left out to dry. But does it feel like Kevin, in a way, doesn't have that same thing to hang his hat on the way that Andrew does?
Well, Kevin has 2 11-win seasons, which nobody has done since, like, Marty Schottenheimer. He has 2 playoff seasons, which, again, nobody has done since Marty Schottenheimer. And he's had to deal with 13 different starting quarterbacks. Untold numbers of offensive line combinations. He was forced to change offensive coordinators last year. So, yeah, I mean, there are things for Kevin to hang his hat on here, and it's part of the reason why he probably won't have a hard time finding another job, either as a coordinator or as a head coach, because everyone in the NFL knows how tough it is here in Cleveland to win and to be successful. And it's not just on the field stuff that you have to deal with here. And so I just, you know, I just think that if you're going to make changes, make them wholesale.
Daryl, I keep hearing a bunch of people kind of jump in, and the line is, you know, Andrew's probably safe, but Kevin, they haven't made up their mind on yet. Do you get that same feeling that the Browns still have not actually made their decision on whether or not Kevin would be back here next year?
I don't know why they wouldn't have their mind made up. I talked about because I talked about this morning with Lance Reisland on the morning show. What changes if they win these next 2 games besides their draft position? Does your outlook and opinion on the direction of the organization change if they have 5 wins instead of 3, or even 4 wins instead of 3? The answer you're looking for is absolutely not. So I understand the decision might be hard, but there's the notion that Kevin can save himself these next 2 weeks or get himself fired the next 2 weeks. I don't know that I subscribe to that. I'm not saying that ownership has made the decision. Don't misunderstand me there. But I'm just saying, I don't know that the situation changes all that much over the final 2 weeks of the season. In fact, what might get him fired is if they win the next 2 games and finish out the top 5 in the draft, right? That could get him fired, because I have a hunch that the Browns would not be brokenhearted if they did finish the season 3-14 for a second straight year.
That's it. That's too much competitive football. You're out of here. That's too much at the end of the season. Daryl, Joel Bitonio came to the defense of Kevin Stefanski today and his media availability. Does any of that actually help Kevin's case, knowing that obviously the players went out on Sunday and played hard for him, and he has the backing of a guy that's been here and is well-respected in that locker room?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wasn't expecting Joel Bitonio to be like, yeah, Kevin Stefanski's one of the worst coaches I've ever played for. I mean, he's played for 4 full-time head coaches and then interim coach Greg Williams, so he's seen a lot here. And look, I'm not saying that Joel wasn't being honest with us, but at the same time, as the longest tenured Brown in that locker room, who has basically seen it all, I take him at his word. He has always spoken, both publicly and privately, in positive terms about Stefanski. There's part of me that thinks if Kevin's gone, Joel's not going to come back for a 13th year. And if Kevin does come back, well, maybe Joel will come too. And that's just my gut feeling on that. But, Joel made it very clear today that he's a fan of Stefanski, and he also pointed out what I pointed out. Guy's had 13 different starting quarterbacks to work with. He's not had a consistent starter to develop. And so, until you get that piece, which is the quarterback, winning becomes pretty impossible to do on a consistent basis in the NFL.
Daryl Ryder with us here on the hotline. Daryl, obviously, this game coming up on Sunday can get real weird. If the Ravens were to lose on Sunday, it would lock in the AFC North for the Steelers. We could see no Aaron Rodgers. We could see this team, I'm not going to say phone it in, but play it safe for the playoffs coming up. How much does that change how much these 2 games mean for Shador?
Nothing. And by the way, even when the Steelers try to phone it in, they beat the Browns. So, read nothing into who they may or may not end up playing on Sunday. That does not, by any stretch of the imagination, increase the Browns' odds of winning the football game. That being said, what Shador needs to do is he just needs to go out there and high completion percentage down the field. Don't be check down Charlie all the time. Get the ball out. The metrics are showing that the offensive line, for as battered and bruised as they are, they're doing a fairly good job in pass protection, so he needs to make sure he's getting the ball out and completing those passes down the field, because he is being given the requisite opportunity to do so. So about 3.5 seconds, ball's got to be out of his hand by then. And if he's able to do that, I think he can give the Browns something to think about. But bigger picture with Shador, depending on what the organization does in the offseason, his stay here may be short.
And Daryl, do you think right now with what we've seen out of Shador, if the Browns were drafting and they had a quarterback, one of the top 2 quarterbacks fall into their lap, they take a quarterback?
Probably.
Is there anything within those 2 games you think Shador can actually show to change that fact?
Go out there and play like Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson combined and win, right? I mean, look, he's done good things. I'm not going to sit here and say that Shador Sanders is on the same level as Dylan Gabriel. He is, in my estimation, far and above the better quarterback between the 2 of them. But there are things he's really, really got to work on, and the only way he's going to be able to work on them is by getting the experience, by getting those reps. And it's real hard to commit to him. It's real hard to commit to anyone right now. We don't even know who's going to be doing the committing, right? Well, there's just so many tentacles to this problem right now that the Browns have. And of course it's not easy to figure out because, well, they're the Browns. And it has to be the most complex, mind-numbing, mallet-to-the-skull thinking object of the exercise here. Of course it can't be easy to figure out. It's not cut and dry and easy. There's a lot of gray area here. And, they got to figure out who's making those decisions. But they're going to have 3 picks in the top 33 if they lose the last 2 games, okay? And that allows them to take 1 quarterback and 2 players to help out on offense. Hopefully a receiver, hopefully an offensive lineman, right? My dream scenario would be use those 3 picks on 2 offensive linemen and a receiver, or 1 offensive lineman and 2 receivers to inject some life into this offense and fill some of those holes they need to fill. But I just kind of think that when you're in the top 2 and you're looking for a franchise quarterback, you're probably going to draft one. And then that basically means the end of Shador Sanders here in Cleveland because outside of developing on, as the backup quarterback, there's no future for him here because the Browns will have spent the number 2 pick in the draft on a quarterback, which means that's the guy that they're expecting to become their franchise quarterback, and it's not going to be Shador Sanders.
All right, there are a lot of convoluted, confusing things with the Browns. Something that's pretty straightforward. How much pressure is there on Miles to get this sack record done in game 16 rather than extending it out to 17?
Yeah, he's got to get it done this weekend. Because if he doesn't, and it takes him to the season finale, which is the 17th game, then everyone's going to want to asterisk it and say it's not legitimate and whatnot. So he needs to get it done this week. Got a little help last week with the half sack. Gonna have to get a sack on Sunday to get it going. But he's got this streak going back to I want to say late September, early October, where he has at least a half a sack in every game since. He had a 3-game drought where he was held sackless, and ever since then, he's registered at least a half a sack in every game. So I got a pretty good feeling that he's going to get a sack on Sunday. I don't know if he's going to get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, but I think he's going to get at least 1, and he's going to do it against T.J. Watt's team. Whether or not T.J. Watt is actually on the field, watching that on the sidelines, we have to see. I guess he returned to practice today and whatnot. But, I think Miles will get it done Sunday. I'm pretty confident in that.
All right, Daryl, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the holiday, and I'm sure we'll be talking at some point next week as well.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Hope Santa's good to y'all.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it.
You betcha.
Daryl Ryder, our Cleveland Sports Beat reporter there, brought to you courtesy of Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Ask Daryl about Miles, and I want to ask you the same thing at 216-474-0092. Does the sack record mean less if Miles has to do it in week 18 across 17 games instead of getting it done over the old 16-game seasons that we used to have? We're going to get to your calls and more on this coming up here in 5 minutes. It's Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP right here on Afternoon Drive.
certificate and transfer options with flexible learning options and low-cost tuition. Learn more at try-c.edu/business.
Travel is unobstructed 271 south from Wilson Mills to Route 8 and 176 south from 71 to the 480 split. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Jake Vulinec with you guys here on Afternoon Drive, filling in for Nick and JP. And it's official. It's official. I have my favorite YouTube comment of the day. It comes from 617 KDEP on YouTube, who says Jake needs his own show. I feel very both honored and very slightly offended, but that's okay. It's not your fault. I feel honored because it means you think I'm doing a good job, which I appreciate. The only slight offense is the fact that I do have my own show. Not these 2 weeks. We're in the holiday season right now. I'm bouncing around. I'm filling in for people. But good luck for you. January 5th, we will be back on 5 nights a week, 4 hours a night from 7 to 11 p.m. You guys can tune in. It's called Overtime. We do have a show, so appreciate it. Kind words, but now you got a new show to tune into if you enjoy the content. We got done talking to Daryl Eiter, Cleveland sports beat reporter. Now I forget how to talk. Now I shouldn't have my own show. But we just got done talking to him last segment. Odyssey Rewind feature, you guys can go back and you'll listen to Daryl. But we asked him the same thing we're asking you, 216-474-0092. Does a sack record mean less if Miles has to do it in Week 18? Is there more pressure on Miles? And Daryl gave his response that I want to take a listen to here.
He's got to get it done this weekend. Because if he doesn't, and it takes him to the season finale, which is the 17th game, then everyone's going to want to asterisk it and say it's not legitimate and whatnot. So he needs to get it done this week. I got a pretty good feeling that he's going to get a sack on Sunday. I don't know if he's going to get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, but I think he's going to get at least one, and he's going to do it against TJ Watt's team.
So I think Daryl nails it there. Is it every single one of these records that pop up that it's like, oh, somebody sets the receiving yards record or, whatever it ends up being at this point. Since we've expanded to 17 games, if you do it in the 17th game, there is this asterisk put on it that Daryl's talking about of, well, you needed the extra game to do it. So does it really count as the record? Or are we really having to view these as two separate things of, here's the 17-game record where you took the extra week to do it, and here's what was the record before then when guys didn't have as much time? Which is fair. I mean, the NFL has continued to expand games as years have gone on. There was times where you were playing 14 games in a season. There were times where you were playing less than that. And so yes, we all view in time, I'm sure the 17-game asterisk will essentially go away. People will forget about the fact that we were playing 16 games prior to a few years ago, and everyone will just view the record as the record is. But I think for right now and for Miles' legacy and what's going to be determined in his lifetime, there's a ton of pressure to get it done this week. Especially the run that he's been on and the run that he was going on in the middle of the season where he had, 13 sacks across 4 weeks. He was, expected to just demolish the record. And, it's crazy to think about a guy who has gone on a ridiculous streak where he only has no sacks in a game 3 times this season, where we're sitting there going, man, Miles has really slowed down. That's a crazy thing to talk about. He hasn't slowed down. He's been incredible, but the sack numbers just haven't been there the same way that they were earlier on in the year. He's slowed down from an impeccable pace that was going to have him shatter the record to you're on pace to break it. And still, by the way, without a sack on Aaron Rodgers in 2 games across his career, is on pace to still break the record coming up on Sunday. It would tell you that at the very least, he's tying or breaking that record. But there's just so much pressure to be able to do that. And I think Miles is, I don't know how much of that pressure he really feels, but Miles is very aware of the legacy and what people think about him, how they talk about him, and how he's going to be viewed when his career is said and done. And this is a big part of it. If you want to be considered one of the greatest pass rushers to ever play the game, right now to be in that conversation, breaking the sack record would be needing to be done in 16 games for a team that has already publicly came out and said, task number 1 on the offensive line is basically don't let Miles get to the quarterback. It's probably a lot of teams' game plan, but you're specifically going up against it. They don't want Miles to get the record on Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, whoever ends up back there. But there is a conscious effort to stop that from happening. And probably in part because TJ Watt's sitting on the other side, a guy who was in the same boat, in the same category, and wants to be considered on that, wants to be one of the guys blown up there with the record, you don't want to have to, basically have TJ go and watch that, who, by the way, was back at practice, so might be on the field, might not be. We don't see. We got to see how the lung plays out. But I just think you're looking at it, and I'm with Daryl. I think that Miles is going to set this. I do think that he gets a sack on Sunday. As good as he's been all year long, as good as he's continued to be, I think Miles will find a way to get to whatever quarterback is back there. I also think that if you're going to set the sack record, if you're Myles Garrett, this is a perfect opportunity to do it. Like, you could not dream of a better scenario to lay out, okay, I'm going to set the record. Not only am I going to do it playing for the Cleveland Browns, I mean, you'd like if we had a few more wins, and actually we're doing this in competitive season, sure. That's the only thing that could really make this better. You're doing it against what's considered your team's rival in the Pittsburgh Steelers, the team that your fan base pretty much hates the most on the other side. You're going and trying to do this against a Hall of Fame quarterback, no doubt about it, will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when in Aaron Rodgers, if that's the scenario that plays out. Even if not, if it's Mason Rudolph, I don't really need to go retract the story that everybody already knows between Myles Garrett and Mason Rudolph. I'm not saying that's a dream scenario, but I'm not saying it would feel that bad for Myles either. And then to do it with TJ Watt on the other side, a guy who has publicly not only had himself, but his family come out and basically argue against the fact that when Myles won Defensive Player of the Year, that he really deserved it. Yeah, I would say that Myles deserves it. The underlying stats would scream to you that Myles is the better pass rusher. And I think this season has put a lot of that conversation to bed, even from the people in Pittsburgh. Like, we have TJ Watt. We like TJ Watt. He's good. I think we can understand now that the people in Pittsburgh should look at it and go, but he's not Myles Garrett. I respect TJ Watt as a pass rusher. I think he's good at what he does. I think Myles does a hell of a lot more on the field. There's a reason the guy was also, I don't know if he's still in contention for the tackles for loss record or if that's a little far to reach at this point, but I know he was a couple of weeks ago. I would imagine that he's still pretty high up there, and with a couple of good games, he could still get it. But Myles has been great not only against the pass, but against the run. To do it in these circumstances directly in front of you would be, I mean, again, like a dream scenario. I was at the game on Sunday against the Bills. I was sitting there and I was like, it would be really nice to see history, right? It would be cool to be in the stadium for that moment. I think taking this would take it up a notch. Like if I was at the game, it would feel even that much better being like Andy did against the Steelers. And it was on Aaron Rodgers. And TJ Watt had to sit there and watch it and go, that guy just broke the record that I was chasing not that long ago. Yeah, he should go through and I think feel really good about that scenario. Again, I've talked about it. There should be a high praise, high just excitement when Myles does this, even in a season that you're 3-12, even in a season that's not going to end well and is going to, in the record books, essentially mean nothing in the history of the Browns other than another season post 99 that you couldn't, accomplish in an 8-win season. But at the end of the day, like you turn around, the work that Myles has put in to go through the contract stuff, to come back. People would question, was he in it for the money? Clearly, Myles wants to win. Clearly, Myles wants to play at a high level. There should be a high celebration. And I think that is a moment that would probably feel the best set up the way we're looking at it right now. But you can't push it to next week. Again, there is going to be everybody under the sun sitting there going, yeah, but it was in 17 games. I don't think Myles can handle that is for his legacy, as well as I don't think Browns fans really want to sit there and listen to that either.
So, Jake, I found the TFL stuff for you.
Okay.
The record is TJ Watt back in 2012. He had 39 of them. Oof. Myles Garrett is second.
JJ Watt, right?
JJ Watt.
Yes.
Sorry, not
Okay.
TJ Watt. Sorry,
JJ
Watt with Houston in 2012 at 39. Myles has 32 right now. So he would need 8 tackles for loss over the next 2 games.
Yeah, it feels a little out of reach now. I mean, it'd be a hell of a 2 games that he played. I can't lie. If he said it, yeah,
he'd probably smash the sack record in that regard because sacks count.
It's a tackle for loss, yeah.
If he gets 4 sacks a game in each of the next 2 games, boom, it's his.
Yeah, nice and easy, right? I mean, seen him do it multiple times this year. Seen him go for 5+. Can't exactly rule it out, but I can probably rule it out. He's probably not getting that record. But still a tremendous season on the ground, too. That was the point I was trying to make. All right. As we head into the final hour, we still do have to get to the thing that I'm just absolutely considered maybe a bad person for because I'm pushing it off. And as I'm pushing, that topic down the road here from earlier in the show, but we're going to get Jake Murren back in the mix because he has some quarterbacks to present to us. Would you rathers, this quarterback or Shador Sanders? It's coming your way in 5 minutes. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP right here on Afternoon Drive.
past segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markatch.
Could changes be coming for this Browns regime? Don't miss a minute, as breaking news could happen at any moment, and you'll hear it here first.
Delay of game, offense.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final hour with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP today. We have, in case we missed it, coming up at 6:40. I promise you, we are actually going to get into whether or not I'm a bad person for the thing that always happens around this time of year, that I always find myself, the predicament I'm in. We're going to get to that coming up here around 6:20. But we still got more to get to. We are going to climb into a little bit more of the quarterback conversation, because as we look around, and obviously you have rookie quarterbacks coming up. We've talked about Mendoza more, over the past couple of months, probably more than we should want to talk about prospect quarterbacks in the month of December and the month of November. But welcome to the season you're in. But there's some guys that should be coming available, some guys that are likely coming available from other teams in the NFL as well. And to help break us all down, do we want them? Do we want Shador? Let's get Jake Murren back in the mix. Jake, what's going on? What are we doing?
Yeah, so I'm going to present you guys, and we'll bring Michael Markatch in on this as well. I'll present you guys about 11 quarterbacks. We'll see how many we get to. And the question is really simple. Just would you take this quarterback over Shador Sanders in week 1 in 2026 for the Cleveland Browns? So there are 3 categories, and I'll ask you to just kick things off which category you'd like me to dip into. First, we have the retread category, the rookies, and the you again. So you can pick Jake. Who would you like first, or what category would you like to pick from first?
Jake, this feels like Blind Tier Tuesday.
It does feel a little like Blind Tier Tuesday.
On a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday, though. Let's do... I'm interested to hear you again. I want to hear who's in you again first.
All right, let's go with Deshaun Watson.
I'm going to comfortably rock with Shador Sanders moving forward. Not even because... Is there talent left untapped in Deshaun? I don't know. I'm going to safely probably assume not. I've seen that for a couple of years. If he's obviously going to be back next year. If he was in a conversation of, all right, well, we'll give you an opportunity to win the job. You'll go up against Shador. We'll see how it plays out with what's likely a new head coach, which would potentially, but unlikely, a new GM. We'll see how that just absolutely pans out. Sure, you can be in the mix next year. If you tell me that Deshaun actually wins that job and that's legitimately how that plays out, yeah, I think I'm out. I would rather just see a quarterback who actually has time to develop, not a guy who's now past 30 and hasn't played football, all of this year, most of last year, most of the last 4 years. I'm kind of out on him.
I would say, actually, Deshaun Watson as a backup, I'm very much in. Deshaun Watson as the starter, I'm out. I'd rather see Shador.
All right, let's go to the retread category here. Lots of names to choose from. And this quarterback was actually in discussion earlier this week on this show because he's the betting favorite to land with the Browns next season. One Tua Tagovailoa with the Dolphins as they appear to move on from him.
If you're going to go with the retread option, going with the guy who, respectfully, has had his brain scrambled and just isn't playing very well, and just got benched for 7th-round draft pick Quinn Ewers in Miami, that'd be about the worst decision I have ever heard. And I'm not somebody who thinks Tua's absolute garbage. I think Tua's shown some really nice things. I think he's having a god-awful year. But yeah, do I really want to sign up for that over... Again, if I'm going back to Shador, I still think there's more room. I already know the arm limitations with Tua. I know now that interceptions can certainly be a problem. And by the way, dealing with an offense that is far more talented than the Cleveland Browns right now. Even without Tyreek, you still have Jalen Waddle and Devon Achane. I would take that over anything that we have this year and probably next year.
Don't we already kind of have a version of Tua with Dylan Gabriel? Why would we just move on? I'd just start Dylan Gabriel at that point.
This show literally calls Dylan Timu Tua.
Yeah, that's Nick's phrasing for him.
Yeah, so let's just start Dylan Gabriel if we're going to go down that route.
If you're going to have Tua, I'd rather have Timu Tua. At least I'm not spending the Tua money, right? That feels a little bit better, but I've already seen that, and that doesn't work in this offense. That doesn't work with this team. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on Tua.
Well, I would agree with you guys, and it's funny that you bring up Dillon Gabriel because he's also on this list under the you again category. Would you guys rather have Dillon Gabriel over Shador Sanders in 2026?
I didn't want Dillon Gabriel over Shador Sanders in 2025, so I'm going to go with a hard no on Dillon Gabriel again in 2026.
Yeah, I don't know what a full season of Dillon Gabriel would do for anybody in this scenario.
Probably land you a number one pick if I had to take a guess.
Hurt our eyes.
It'd get Arch Manning, I'm sure.
You can get Arch and, probably make me discontent with an NFL season by week 3. So, I mean, when I'm reaching apathy in the season in week 3, it would not be good. But I'm imagining that's probably where Dillon gets me.
Let's dip into the rookie category here for the first time. Dante Moore out of Oregon, obviously just 1 year with the Ducks, but likely quarterback 2 off the board right now, it seems, out of the NFL draft. Would you take Dante Moore over Shador next year?
This is actually probably like one of the better options that I would consider. Again, I told you in the lead, like kind of my thought process on it. Like I'd probably rather see Shador with another offensive weapon than see Dante Moore. But if we're talking quarterbacks straight compared 1-to-1, I think there's a legitimate conversation there. And I might lean Dante Moore. There's just things that scare me with any quarterback in this draft class. And with Dante, the same thing. It's like he's played 1 year and some change as a starting quarterback in college football. We've seen plenty of guys like that transition to the NFL and are just not prepared to play at that level of the game. Most recently, probably we think of like Trey Lance, who basically got no opportunity in the NFL, has not been ready. We have not seen him be ready, and you have 1 year to go off of. Guys have great college seasons and then also go back the next college season and go, that wasn't good. Yeah, I mean, I would probably slightly lean Dante Moore on skill, but if I really had to pick, I'd probably still be leaning Shador.
This is one where I kind of do veer the other way. I love Dante Moore. I absolutely would rather have Dante Moore. He's my guy out of this draft. I understand, like, there's a thing about playing at Oregon, and it's like the same thing as playing at Ohio State with all the weapons he's got in the offense and all this. Like, it worked for Bo Nix. It worked slightly for Dillon Gabriel, all this other stuff. He's got the size. He's got the arm. He's got it all. Like, he can move a little bit. Plus, I mean, he's from here. So, you know.
He was here till he was 5. I mean, we're giving a little benefit of the doubt.
And he was up in my neck of the woods.
I know everybody likes that. Like, we love the idea of, kid from Cleveland comes to play in Cleveland. All right, if you want that, give Drew Aller a chance in the fourth round.
This is better than Drew Aller. We don't have to worry about Drew Aller anymore.
Well, I don't think anybody's worrying much about Drew Aller right now because teams drafting on day 3 are currently worrying about Drew Aller. And unfortunate, got hurt. Also didn't play that well before. But yeah, I would have taken Shador at 2 last year. I said that before the draft happened. Like, I was perfectly comfortable if you'd have went Shador Sanders at 2. And I'm viewing this year's class not that far off of the way that I was viewing last year's class, where I don't know that you have a super top-end talent. I don't know that you have really any depth in this outside of 1 or 2 guys. If I already feel like I have one of those guys, do I really want to dip back into that bucket? Like, no, I'd probably just rather roll with this. And if it's not the answer and if I'm wrong, 2027 is waiting there for me. Like, again, is Dante more talented? Maybe slightly. Would I rather just keep Shador over Dante? Yeah, I would.
It's such a wild card because Dante Moore, I think, has the highest ceiling probably of all the guys we're going to talk about, but the floor, as you talked about, with the least amount of starts, it's certainly lower.
All right, that's an interesting one. You guys both think Dante Moore. Potentially, you'd rather have him over Shador Sanders. That's the first so far. Going back to the retreads, the most popular option that I've seen that's been talked about this season is Mac Jones, obviously with the 49ers right now. We've seen him in plenty of games this year as he looks to be that next Daniel Jones with the Colts or Baker Mayfield with the Bucks. Would you take Mac Jones over Shador Sanders in Cleveland?
How many times do we have to get fooled by 49ers quarterbacks for somebody to actually just wake up? And, like, Mac Jones is a former first-round pick, so, like, give him his credit. He's talented. I just also think we've seen probably enough of Mac Jones to feel like no, and Kyle Shanahan can make, an Olive Garden breadstick work at quarterback, let alone a first-round pick. Like, yeah, they're going to look good when they're sitting behind the 49ers offensive line playing in that system. They make quarterbacks look good. That's what they do.
I think you're banking on him being another Sam Darnold. I mean, that's another Shanahan reclamation project that he turned into something, and now look at him now. I agree. I don't really understand much of the retread route anyway. Like, if you're going to run it back with a non-rookie, you might as well just go with Shador. It doesn't make any sense to me to go with another veteran quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to hear a couple more. I don't know that there is a retread that I feel great about. maybe there's one out there, but Mac is not it. I'm out on. Is his full name McCorkle, or is that an
McCorkle?
Okay, McCorkle Jones. Yeah, I'm out. Big time out.
Out on McCorkle. Let's go back to the retreads, because it's interesting that you guys think there might not be a retread out there, but I want to bring up Daniel Jones's name because obviously out for the year with Achilles injury with Indianapolis, but he is a free agent after this season. It's not like he's committed to the Colts long term, but did show a lot and led the Colts to a really promising record when he was the guy there. Would you take Daniel Jones over Shador Sanders?
So the problem's the Achilles injury, right? Because that's going to keep you out for a majority, if not
possibly
the entirety.
all of next year, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be out a long time. I will say, I was high on Daniel Jones even going into this offseason. Like, when I did my quarterback big board, he was in the top, I think he was in the top 5, maybe top 6 of the guys that I liked there. I did think that playing at Kevin O'Connell offense, taking that time, plus, he already played well in New York. Like, it wasn't, I mean, he played bad in New York too, don't get me wrong, but he had played well in New York to earn a second contract. There was enough there that I was like, yeah, I would do it. I get the money wasn't there, and he ended up signing like a $14 million contract. I'd be interested. Plus, it would give you Shador Sanders probably through 2026 anyway. If you're just going to keep both those guys there and then go, we'll try Daniel Jones after. Could lead you in a really bad downward spiral of just not great quarterback play. I'd be interested. I mean, I like Daniel Jones. I'd probably still rock with Shador, but it'd be one of the more interesting names for sure.
I think this would be a good option if you kept Stefanski around, because it's kind of the similar offensive tree, but I'm with you, Jake. The injury is terrifying. I don't think he's going to play next year. Plus, I think the Colts really like him. I think he really likes it there. I think it's probably he just takes a deal with the Colts for less money and just sits out next year.
All right, guys, I've been bearing the lead on this one. Obviously, Fernando Mendoza all over the place in terms of being quarterback 1, and in our conversations already, comparing him to Shador Sanders. Maybe we don't even get the opportunity to draft him if he goes 1 and 2, and right now we're sitting at 3. But would you take the Heisman winner over Shador Sanders next year?
Mendoza's the guy that very early on I identified as a quarterback I like more. I watched him play in the Big Ten title game, and again, haven't dug into a ton of film on these guys. I still think I would rock with Shador. Like, I talked to Max Chadwick on Overtime a couple of weeks ago. He compared him to Jared Goff, which is not what I'm looking for. I like Jared Goff, good quarterback, probably not going to win you a Super Bowl as we see right now in one of the most talented offenses in the NFL. I'm kind of out. Like, he's an RPO merchant in college. He's got a great frame. He can develop into something really good, or he can be Jared Goff.
Yeah, this is like right there with me. I'm kind of with you, Jake. Like I said, I like Dante Moore better. And it has nothing to do with his personality. There's just something about Mendoza here. To me, I just don't know if it's going to translate. And I don't even know why. I just think he needs the system to be right. Tell me who the coach is, and then I talk about Mendoza.
All right, I want to do one more, at least in the you again category, to kind of wipe that one out. It's Joe Flacco. Why not a third trip to Cleveland? Would you take Flacco over Shador? There's obviously a lot of scenarios there, but would you take the old man over Shador in 2026?
That man's got to hang up the bootstraps. He's got to be done. The cleats got to go up on the hook. I mean, listen, can throw the ball still with really good, deep accuracy, still has a good arm. No, I'm not. 40-year-old quarterbacks don't do anything for him. If there's somebody that is over the age of we're talking probably close to 30. I'm pretty close to out at this point.
Phillip Rivers is 44 playing right now.
That's true. Do I have 4 years of Joe Flacco? Probably not 4 good ones. I also am watching, Phillip Rivers fall down like he's a geriatric too. So it's not great.
I think it's hard to say Joe Flacco's done, especially with what Phillip Rivers is doing right now. But I totally agree with you. There's no reason to bring him back for a third try. I don't even know if he would at this point.
Probably not.
I don't think he'd even be interested in that.
Probably not as long as Andrew Berry's here, I'll tell you that much.
So what I think is really interesting from this exercise is we just went through, I think, 6, maybe 7 quarterbacks, and out of 11 that I had, and the other ones were Malik Willis, Trey Lance, and Ty Simpson. I'm assuming those are both no's for all of you guys.
Yep.
The only one was Dante Moore, and this whole idea was sparked by Ross Tucker, who joined us on Monday. He said you have to think about NBA, next best available when it comes to these Shador conversations. And I accuse myself of this too, because when I think about Shador in 2026, I'm like, man, he really has to go out there and have Tennessee Titan-esque performances against the Steelers and the Bengals to finish out the season to be even in the mix for that job. Well, going through the options that are actually out there might only be one or two guys that you would take over Shador, and you don't even know if you're going to be in position to get those one or two guys. Very interesting in terms of the odds or the chances of Shador being that guy next year.
Yeah, now I do think there's probably a lot of people who would lean Fernando Mendoza and say absolutely yes. I think they're seeing things that I'm not seeing, and I don't know who's right on that. But
maybe that's the only two with Mendoza and Moore combined, and maybe the Browns go all in, maybe even make a trade to move up in the draft to get one of those guys. But if you're sitting behind the Giants and the Raiders, that'd be a tough sell to move up when you have so many other holes to fill.
Yeah, that is the one thing. I have said it for weeks. I will continue to say it. The one thing I am absolutely out on, based on what I've seen on Shador, is that I am trading draft capital to move up to take a quarterback in this draft. There is not a quarterback in this draft that is worthy of selling my future away and making sure that I have that guy because he's going to be the answer for the next 25 years. The tape there does not show it, right? Even the college stats right now don't show it for either of those two guys. Like, he is a must-have. You don't have an Andrew Luck in this class. You have two fine quarterbacks that have very good opportunities to have good NFL careers. It's not worth trading up. You need so much else right now. If he falls into your lap and you take him, I'd have a hard time making an argument against it. If that's the quarterback you love, absolutely. If you think he's a franchise guy, go get him. But the fact that you would burn capital to go do it is just, that's beyond me. Like, there are way too many things that you need this year. There's way too much, even if you're going into next year's draft to trade out. Like, you still probably need more things in 2027. I'd rather just take my chances and just sit there, see if the guy falls into your lap. If not, okay. Like, then we roll with Shador.
And you brought up the Jared Goff comp for Fernando Mendoza. And at the time I was like, I would definitely take a Jared Goff type quarterback on my team right now. But I'm not willing to spend a top 3 pick on a Jared Goff-esque quarterback for my team right now. So it's an interesting parallel there. And I just can't emphasize enough that with this exercise, you really have to think about who else is out there. And I'm sure there's going to be some outside of the box names that nobody is considering right now that could be on the move this offseason, because that's usually how that goes. But only 2 names that potentially are ahead for Shador for most people. That's really interesting. And I don't know how much that changes over the next 2 games and as we get into draft season.
Yeah, I think your best route's to go and do it, but it's definitely an interesting thing. It's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Once I dig more into the tape, maybe I fall in love with one of these guys. Maybe there's one I like even more than Shador. Early returns have not been, I have to have that guy. Jake, appreciate you. Good stuff. Michael, good stuff chiming in. As well, I've been pushing it back for so long. We're going to get into whether or not it makes me a bad person, because I continue to push this thing off every time this time of year. Plus, disappointing NFL teams. All coming your way in 5 minutes. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP right here on Afternoon Drive.
room in your home. 1367 Canton Road, just south of Route 224, Wayside in Akron. Keeping it local since 1937.
Traffic is light 176 south from 71 to the 480 split, 90 west from Euclid Avenue to 611, and 77 south from 90 to Wheatley. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Vulinec with you guys on Afternoon Drive. We have In Case We Missed It coming up here at 6:40. Got a couple of things to get to until then, including what I've been teasing for 3 hours at this point. We were having a good conversation earlier. We had to push it back. But I do question just the character of my person every single time that I run into this time of year. Because, for a disclaimer, I'm somebody who very much so enjoys a gift giving, right? I enjoy the process of thinking of gifts to get for people. I enjoy the process of actually giving away those gifts. But the two things that I absolutely despise are actually buying those gifts. And not just because of the money aspect, because I hate going to the store and I don't like online shopping either. And wrapping those gifts. So I do have to wonder, how late is too late to both buy and wrap a gift? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I did half of my Christmas shopping yesterday because I had some things already done, but I had to go and I had to tie up some loose ends as well, get a major gift that I'm doing for an exchange with my family that I had to build an entire thing for that I just put off until the last moment. And I also wrapped all of my gifts this morning when I have a Christmas Eve function that is going on immediately after I leave this show and I go back home. I'm going to Christmas Eve where we are exchanging gifts. I wrapped those this morning.
So you said half your shopping's done? Or is it all done?
It's all done now.
Oh, okay.
Half of it was done prior to yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And then the other half got done.
I got you.
Is there because I do this every single year. Every time this happens where it's I get to a point and I'm I know a couple of things I want to get somebody for Christmas. And I get those things. And then I'm I'll just, I got a couple more ideas. I'll order these online. And then I get to December 20th and I'm let me tell you, I'm not getting anything shipped in 4 days. That's not happening. I had to order those 3 weeks ago. So we now need to go to the store. And I feel bad when I'm hey, here's your gift. I wrapped it yesterday. And I grew up in a, from the point until I was 10, my mother was a single mother who was basically going through and would work 2 jobs. So she would wrap our presents basically the morning of Christmas. So that aspect I get. And there's absolutely nothing that I hold against people that are if you have kids, if you're a parent and you're wrapping those the night before, again, totally get it. But I'm not a parent. I don't have kids. I'm just talking about people I've had plenty of time to get gifts and wrap gifts, if we're being realistic about it. I'm just lazy and I put them off and I'm we got to do that. Am I a bad person? Is this bad?
No. Jake, I don't really ever wrap my own Christmas gifts anyway.
No?
I'm usually around either my mom or my older sister, and they're very good at it. And I let them do it, and then I switch when they're wrapping each other's gifts. So obviously they don't know what it is. I've wrapped gifts after midnight before. I don't know if I've ever done it morning of. That would be new. But it's never too late to wrap one. I'm even in the version of, you don't even really need to wrap it. Stick a bow on it and just hand it to them and say Merry Christmas. There you go.
I am a bag person. I'm terrible at wrapping. I was talking to Jake Murren before the show, and Jake's apparently an excellent gift wrapper. I am the opposite. I can't wrap for a dime. And I will go through and specifically put as many of my presents into bags that I'm giving people.
Yeah.
So much easier.
Good boxes for when you buy them clothes. You put them in little gift boxes. That's my jam. But I am not good at wrapping. There are no presents this year that I have to wrap. So I'm not going to.
That's probably the correct way to take it. But I did get some gifts wrapped today. I got some gifts. I got everything sorted out. So it's all done. I feel kind of bad having people be I thought so much of you that I bought this yesterday and I wrapped it today. Here you go.
And now you went public with it and told everyone on the radio tonight that. So now everyone's going to know that you did it that way.
That's okay.
No one had to know, Jake. You could have just.
No, we can't keep it in the dark. That's no fun. You got to give people a lens, Michael. You got to let them in. Far from perfect. I mean, look at the YouTube. I'm fat. Okay, let's keep this thing rolling. There was an interesting clip. Dan Orlovsky was on First Take and had an interesting AFC North take that expands to the world of football that I want to take a listen to.
I think it's the most disappointing team in football this year, the Baltimore Ravens. How does Derrick Henry, who's averaging, I think it was like 7.5 a clip, put you up 11 with 12:30 to go and never touch the football again? It's odd to see how this offense last year was historically great, not really good. They did things that are in the NFL history books. And that group, for the most part, is back, and they're so inept on offense this year. And so for that, like, you're talking about a team, and rightfully so, not hyperbolic. That team should win the Super Bowl this year. They've got a guy that is a 2-time MVP. They got stars up and down their roster. It's 10 All-Pros. That team should win the Super Bowl. They're not going to get in the playoffs. And when that happens, change happens.
So it's not that I disagree with Dan, because the Ravens are obviously very clearly disappointing. I don't think I can look at the Ravens and say that is the most disappointing team across the NFL right now. Mostly because Lamar was out for a chunk of the year, and I still think Lamar's missing every single Wednesday practice right now. Did not practice today once again. It's been that way for the last 3 or 4 weeks. He's injured. Like, he is not playing at 100% health right now, and probably nowhere close to it. So, yeah, are the Ravens a disappointing team that they're now probably going to miss the playoffs and should have just hands down walked away with the AFC North? They're 100% disappointing. They're probably a top 3 to 4 disappointing team in the NFL. I can't help but look around and go, these teams were healthy and probably bigger disappointments. For instance, who I think is probably the biggest disappointment this year, the Kansas City Chiefs, who, yes, Patrick Mahomes is now torn ACL and IR. He was healthy up until the moment they were literally eliminated from the playoffs on the final drive of the game in which the Kansas City Chiefs were losing. That team's a disappointment. Like, you have Andy Reid, you have Travis Kelce, you have Patrick Mahomes, you still have Chris Jones and a fine defense. And you couldn't muster up enough wins to not only win your division, because Denver's playing an incredible rate this year, but just slip into the playoffs and be eliminated weeks out. That's like top tier for me. Like, you have probably what people are considering one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time already in Patrick Mahomes. Missing the playoffs is obviously really bad feat. I also look around like, I would say I'm more disappointed in the Detroit Lions right now.
I was about to say Detroit, but they are one team, like, their entire defense is basically gone.
Yeah.
Like, talk about a team that got smoked by injuries. It is a little unfair, but that offense is still fairly healthy, and they have not been good enough.
No, and the offense was, early on in the year, losing Ben Johnson, that was part of the problem. We seen Dan Campbell take over play calling. We saw that offense go through several moments of struggle way earlier in the year, and have still had their flashes of offensive struggle. And it's like, you have Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Jared Goff. Like, I don't know why I'm naming the entire Lions roster to you, but like, you have so many weapons on that team. I don't understand how that's not more disappointing than the Ravens. Like, again, there's injuries. Those two teams are very comparable, especially Ravens also had a ton of defensive injuries early and have obviously gotten better since then. But it's like, it's an injury-riddled team. Yeah, I expect them to be better. They're both disappointments, but like, when you have your quarterback hurt, that's kind of like the end all. You get a free pass out of this season, is it not?
Yeah, it is, because I was also going to think, I think Washington's on that list.
Yeah.
Like, and to be fair, I know Jaden Daniels is out, but even when Jaden Daniels was playing, Jake, I know you and I have talked about this, they haven't looked good.
No, they've looked really bad.
And so it's like, that's a disappointing team, because everyone was picking Washington to go to the Super Bowl this year. Everyone's picking them to possibly win the NFC East. They're not even close. They're going to have a top 6 pick.
Yeah, what are they? They're currently, I've lost my 4-11 on the year.
Yeah, they're starting Josh Johnson tomorrow.
On Christmas. What a game that we're talking about on Christmas. What are the Browns rank in this? In terms of teams that are just, because they're a disappointment.
We're talking league wide, or?
Yeah.
I'd say they're in the top.
Maybe
12. I'd say the top third. I don't think we can say a team's that disappointing when they were predicted to win 5 and they won 3.
Like, I don't really know what more teams I'm putting ahead of them other than the ones. Tampa Bay is definitely above them.
Tampa Bay, I would say, for like the most like mid-season disappointment, just for them to start off so hot and they can't win a game.
I would maybe make the argument like the Falcons are somewhat up there, but I don't know that expectations are crazy high. They're still 6-9. They're probably in that mix, but outside of that, like I look around, Cowboys might cross into that line.
Miami
Miami,
injuries have hurt Miami as well, but
not to mention playing in a division with the Patriots and Bills has absolutely killed you. But I think that it's a really short list. I would probably go as far to say top 7 or 8 and leave the Browns there. Again, it was low expectations coming into the year, so there is a little bit more of a pass to that aspect because you might fall 3 games short of what your expectation was according to Vegas. It's more the product on the field and the way that we've had to watch it. But Browns are disappointing. Just keep in mind, there's probably 7 more disappointing teams in the NFL. It's very odd the way that we look at it. You can be disappointed. You can be angry. There's a lot of fan bases that end up this way too. But yeah, the Browns are definitely up there. All right, we get to In Case We Missed It to wrap up the show. Coming up here in 5 minutes. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP on Afternoon Drive.
That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Scattered rain showers overnight tonight, low of 38.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. Jake Vulinec in for Nick and JP today. Get out of the way now. We'll say a big thanks to our guests. We had Ashley Bastock join us at 3:20 at Cleveland.com, and Daryl Ryder join us at 5:20 as well. Cash Levitt joined us to start things off in the 4 o'clock hour. Big thanks to all of them. All really good stuff. Odyssey Rewind feature, you guys can go back. 923thefan.com. You can go back. Check those out as well. But got a couple more things to get into. We're going to get into case we missed it coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But I did want to talk. I told you the Christmas Day games are obviously not great. And it does make me sit here and wonder. Like, last year was kind of a no-doubter for me. Cavs aren't playing on Christmas Day. Well, there'll be times where NBA is on in the background. Sure, there'll be time NBA is on in the background. But I was going to watch the Christmas Day football games. Like, that's what's set up for me to do. I'm going to continue to do it. I'm going to watch those games on Christmas Day. I'm interested. It's essential, basically, at this point for the job, so we're going to do it. This is actually a day where I don't know. Like, I don't know that I can sit there and bear these 3 games of football. Not to mention, like, when it's consequential football, when I'm like watching 2 teams that can get into the playoffs or a team really fighting for their playoff life and it really makes a difference, I think it's important to watch it. Like, I'd walk in here when I'm back on Friday from noon to 4 and I'd be going in and I'd be like, okay, all right, I need to have seen these games. I don't think I'm really going to have to have seen any of the games coming in here from noon to 4. I'm imagining we're going to get 3 blowouts for Christmas Day football games to the point where I'm going to be interested in the Cavs. There's probably another NBA game that I'll have turned on at some point. I really don't know how many of these games I'm going to watch, period. Like, between NBA Christmas Day, between NFL Christmas Day games, I just don't know that I could be less interested in just a slate of, again, like, basketball to me most of the time when it's not the Cavs, like, I'm interested. I'll definitely watch games, but on Christmas, it's background noise when it's not the Cavs. Like, I'll throw it on the TV. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. And these NFL games, I think, make bad background noise at this point. I'm going to have to watch Josh Johnson play in a game don't worry, we got the next one coming up right after. You can see Max Brosmer and the Vikings compete. Oh, don't worry, you get past that. Who's the Chiefs quarterback? Chris Aludicon?
Are they starting Bouchel? Didn't they just get him off the...
I think they did. I think the starter
I didn't know if they were going to start him. Or they might start Oladukin. I think that's his name.
You can miss me. The guy's been a backup in the NFL. He's probably started. I mean, has he started a game yet? I don't think so. And I'm not interested to watch it. Another team that's eliminated. It's quite literally, 5 teams who are absolutely out of the playoffs and a 6th team who is probably out of the playoffs. The Lions are the last fighting hope that is left in this. And then the Broncos. I think I did my math wrong there, but you get what I'm trying to say. There's a playoff team, probably not playoff team, and guaranteed 4 non-playoff teams. There we go. That adds up to 6. We got that. All right, without any further ado, let's get Jake Murn in the mix and get to In Case We Missed It.
All right, Jake, we've talked about this Browns-Steelers game coming up on Sunday a little bit, and one of the narratives definitely worth watching and paying attention to is Saturday night's game between the Packers and Ravens, as if the Ravens lose, the Steelers could clinch the division and perhaps sit some people on Sunday against Cleveland. So my question to you is pretty simple, Jake. Perfect case scenario for Myles Garrett to break the NFL single-season sack record. Does that sack come against Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph?
Perfect case scenario?
What is your perfect case scenario? Yeah.
I think it's better if he gets it against Aaron Rodgers. It's funnier. It's way funnier if he does it against Mason Rudolph. And I can't say as someone who just enjoys chaos, I'm not rooting for it. But I think the perfect case scenario that caps off like an incredible season is, here's a Hall of Fame quarterback playing against your rival. Get the sack of a guy that he's eluded the ability of Myles getting a sack on him. 2 straight appearances. Go get it on the 3rd one. Make sure that you have enough dominance. I think there's a much better chance if Mason Rudolph's playing that he gets a sack. Rodgers is too smart. Aaron's going to get rid of the ball quickly. He knows what he needs to do. Mason might frolic in the backfield long enough for Miles to get it, and then it would be so great if it's on Mason and they stop the game, like applaud Miles on setting the record, and he just has to watch it. That's him and TJ standing right next to each other near the sideline, just watching Miles celebrate history. That's my perfect. I think I am rooting for it.
Is it wrong that my answer is Mason Rudolph here?
No, I like it.
Every single time I play that scenario out in my head, I just can't help myself from smiling. Like, him taking Mason Rudolph down to the ground and throwing him down in iconic fashion would just be the cherry on top for what's been an incredible season for Miles, but a miserable season for this Browns team. And I know 10 years from now, if we look back on this sack record and be like, yeah, he broke the record against Aaron Rodgers, and that means something, right? That is incredibly worth something. But seeing Mason Rudolph up there, I don't know. I want it. I want it for some reason. I love it.
I think at this point I'm kind of rooting for it too. Miles' legacy, make it Aaron Rodgers. My personal enjoyment, yeah, please make it Mason Rudolph. Real quickly, let's get into college football ratings during the college football playoffs are suffering poorly in the first round. They averaged under 10 million viewers between the two games that included a group of 5 school, which was down 9% from last year. Jake, is there anybody still fighting for a group of 5 schools to be in the college football playoffs? Can we eliminate this already?
Maybe the group of 5 schools.
I think that's about it, right?
That's about it. I don't know who's interested in watching these games anymore. I think right when the college football playoff in this format started, I was really into it because I was like, yeah, let's see teams like James Madison get in there and see what they can do. Let's see the Tulanes in there and see what they can do. But that's the March Madness in me coming out wanting to see those Cinderella stories. But that's not our sport. That doesn't happen in football. And for some reason, that just hasn't clicked yet. But after all these blowouts, it has to, because like you said, those ratings are suffering because of it.
I even think that last year was just a little bit more interesting because Boise State, Ashton Genty was one of the group of 5 schools, and it's like
a Heisman candidate. Yeah,
right. He's good enough to the point where hell, maybe they can actually pull something off. This year it was like, yeah, it's Tulane and James Madison. Like, I don't know that either of those players are going to have a guy go in the first 2 rounds of the draft, let alone be a Heisman candidate. Like, I'm just completely out. Like, I turn on the games. I had 2 TVs on, and I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm going, that one goes on the bottom TV. Let's make sure we get some NFL up on the top TV, because this is terrible.
Well, that's the other problem, right? Like, you have to get the group of 5 out of there, but you also have to work or find a way to work with the NFL so those games aren't on at the same time on those Saturdays in week 17 of NFL. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed Friday night's game between Alabama and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But NFL is king when it comes to those Saturday games.
You just got to miss me with group of 5 schools. All right, we're about out of time. Big thanks today to the Swiss Army Knife, Michael Markoch running the board and on the updates. Big thanks to Jake Murren, who was just with us. Both of them helping out a ton. It's a 5-hour solo show, okay? Sometimes these things can go a little long. I'm talking to myself for 5 hours. You guys helped out a ton. Great stuff out of you as always. Big thanks to our guests again, Ashley Bastock, Daryl Ryder, Cash Lovett, all joined us on this Rewind feature. Go back, take a listen. And of course, big thanks to you guys. Great on the phones, great on social media, great in YouTube. Keep the conversation going on X, at Vulinec Jake, Vulinec Jake. Enjoy your holiday. Merry Christmas to all of those who celebrate. You can listen to me again, noon to 4 on Friday. Until then, Infinity Sports Network comes your way next. It's been Jake Vulinec. Love you, Cleveland.